guys. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. We are happy to be here today on our ninth and final episode of the African History Month. This is our grand finale conference, debunking, intro set, debunking. It, I can't even talk today. I'm so excited. Sorry. Introcentric. I can't talk today. Eurocentric, thank you. Eurocentric lies and rewriting African history. So I don't even know why I can't talk, but we are excited. And it is our final day. It is our final event for this month. And I have the beautiful Precious with me, and I will calm down because I actually am excited about our first speaker. So Precious, how are you?
I'm good, Diana. How are you doing? It's an
I'm
honor to be
good.
with you live on
Same with
this platform this evening, morning, afternoon.
Same with you. And just give us a quick shout out of our beautiful sponsors for today.
So we are quite excited and humbled by the support that we are getting um, from the sponsors. Our sponsors, they are Tunachek, TV, YouTube channel, Council for Ethiopian Diaspora Action, CEDA, in other words, and Asacia Riwi State. Thank you so much for sponsoring the event, the grand finale. We are humbled, we are honored, we are excited, we are expecting to learn a lot from this grand finale.
Yes, and we also will be having panelists later today in our conversation, so we want you to stay with us. But we are first very honored to introduce our first speaker, and the I'm just going to say this. Hopefully, I don't say this backward. The most honorable Dr. Anthony Gabby Carter is a cultural ambassador of Barbados. He is also the chief of Nigerian Yoruba people, and his title is Chief Amoyel. You got to fix that. Which means our son has returned to us. That's beautiful. He is time the ninth time king and the third time folk singer of the year. He has been honored in the New York State Senate and the Massachusetts House of Representatives. He also the holder of the Barbados Service Star, the humanitarian scholar 1997 of the University of the West Indies, and the honorable distinguishing fellow of the prestigious institution. He refused to accept a Sir and has become Barbados' first holder of the most honorable. He is a songwriter, he's a singer, he's an actor, and a teacher of music and drama, and is a primary school level at a primary school level. He has been honored by both the Cuban and Venezuelan government. I'm sorry. It is my pleasure to bring up and introduce again the most honorable Dr. Anthony Gabby Carter.
Thank you.
Greetings.
Hello,
Very much.
honorable. Greetings.
Thank you, my dear sister. I just
Sorry
want
for
to
the
say it's
botchery, but it's an
a
honor for
real
you to be
pleasure,
here.
an honor to be here with you today. Yesterday was my birthday, and today I am really happy to be here with you in this conference. Now, the first thing I want to say is that I don't think the world quite understands the tremendous contribution Africa has made to civilization. Now, it is not widely known that Africa gave the world all seven liberal arts. And I will actually later on do a poem talking about the seven liberal arts. But that means that among those seven liberal arts are mathematics, linguistics, science, biology, astrology, architecture, so on. So if a people can give you those 7 important things, it means that they are a great people to start with. But you must remember that for many years, Europe have told the lie that Africa is backward, that Africa is the dark continent, and they were not referring to color. They meant in terms of education, in terms of technology, and so on. All of that is a lie. And so we, the African people in the diaspora and on the continent, must dispel this myth, because we want our generations to come to know truth. Now, Egypt and Ethiopia played very important roles here. The Egyptians gave us the first known mathematician, a man called Imhotep. He was brilliant. And so we could go on and on. And in the poem, we mention about the cesarean section with women, that we brought that first. We are the first to do vaccines. We are the first to do so many, many, many things. And if you look at the Olympic Games, I always say people totally and completely and deliberately ignore the fact that the Africans win the vast majority of medals in the Olympics. So someone would say, how could that be true? America wins this, and Russia wins that, and China wins that. And I said, look good at the people who are winning the medals. They're all Africans. They're Africans running for Canada, for England, for Jamaica, for other Caribbean islands. And they are the ones that dominate. And in particular, the faster races between 1 and 800 meters. Very few times that an African is not dominant. And then when it comes to the longer ones, like the marathons, they're almost unbeatable. So it tells you genealogy, the structure of African people is superior, despite the fact that they say, oh, we were backward and all of that. But that's a deliberate attempt to make Africa look less than it really is. In fact, if you even look at a world map, I think they tried to rectify it within the last 5 to 8 years. But if you look at a world map, you would see that Africa is always seemed to be smaller in size than even North America. That, again, is a myth. North America can hold in Africa. China can hold in Africa. All of Eastern Europe can hold in Africa. Spain, Portugal, France, all of those countries physically can, if it was possible to move them, you could all fit quite comfortably into Africa. And so we, the African people, our contribution to civilization is immeasurable. Immeasurable. Firstly, if you're a biblical person, you'll find that the Bible said that man was made from mud. If you look at mud, you'll find that it has primarily 2 colors, brown and black. Now, if man was made from mud, how can you call any other people as being superior or first or original or anything like that? And secondly, historic facts, all biological facts, all facts, period, have pointed to the fact that African people emigrated And the further north they went, the less melanin they retained. And so those Europeans who call themselves white or Caucasian don't even know their history because they came from us. As a matter of fact, the first place that anyone ever saw a Caucasian or a white person was at the foot of the Caucasus Mountains in Russia. And that's why they are called Caucasians, because they first appeared at the foot of the Caucasus Mountains in Russia. And all throughout history, we have seen that the Africans have been indeed the superior race because they were here first. If you check the Chinese DNA, you'll find that they in fact originated from the Africans. The oldest known Englishman clearly originated from Africans. And so our dominance has been clear. But jealousy, envy, lies, scandal, slander, exploitation, right? Imprisonment in the terms of enslavement have allowed these people to carry the myth that African people are on the decline. And even in our physical stuff, such as gold, diamonds, bauxite, manganese, and even cobalt, you'll find African nations are dominant. In fact, Africa, if left alone, would have been the greatest developed country in the world. But the Europeans in 1884 got together and divided Africa into 53 parts without one single African being allowed to be present at that table in Germany because they wanted Africa for themselves. And they were not satisfied just with that, because this is after they had done their slavery job, right? And sent our people into North America and the Caribbean and so on. And so I speak from a position of a Barbadian. My country is Barbados. And we in Barbados have been the world's first slave society, believe it or not. All other places had slavery, but not slavery to the point where it was the society. It was like a trade going on. But the structure, the entire structure of Barbados was made into a slave society, the world's first slave society. And the Barbadians, or the Barbadians who were enslaved, and I always make the distinction between being enslaved and being a slave. Now, none of our people that came to Barbados and the rest of the Caribbean, like Jamaica, St. Vincent, St. Lucia, Dominica, St. Kitts, Nevis, Anguilla, Bahamas, Cayman Islands, Virgin Islands, none of them were slaves. They came here and were enslaved. And then you have to ask the question, how do you enslave a people? And the answer is really simple. You take away primarily three things. You take away the culture, you take away the religion, and you take away the language or languages. So we were not allowed to speak any African languages when we came. And a lot of us actually came, and surprisingly, my research has Muslims. And they were happy to stop them from speaking a language that joined them called Arabic. So once that was done, and then you take away the way how they play the drums, how they sing, how they dance, you know, how they lived, how they dressed, how they ate, then you have a slave. Chains, bonds cannot make you a slave. It's those three things primarily: religion, culture, and language. And so these Europeans brought us to Barbados first, then on to other islands, like I said, and North America, knew exactly what they were doing. Because they knew that once we were free, that because of our superior minds, because of our superior genealogy, because of our superior thinking powers, because of our superior creativity and art, that we would dominate the world. It has been over 400 years, and we are still in bondage, but this is mental bondage or mental slavery. And that is a thing that we have to work on to eradicate. And it's not easy to unwind 400 years of oppression. But we are slowly getting there on a daily basis. We are in contact with our African brothers and sisters on the continent by Zoom, by other means, and WhatsApp and Facebook and this and that, because it's our intention to reconnect to our people. Now, you would find that this man, Christopher Colombo, whom everybody called Christopher Columbus, when he came to our area in 1492, he saw our people. He also saw what is referred to today as Native Americans. And first of all, how he got here is the most important part of it all. He went to Sierra Leone and got his navigators on his 3 boats to put on 3 boats that Queen Isabella gave him, which were the Nina, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria. And he sailed one of the boats, and 2 brothers from Genoa in Italy sailed the other 2 boats. But the navigators came from Africa because the Africans were tired coming down here to visit their friends and family in the Caribbean. So they knew the route, they knew how to get here. And they had told him, yes, we know where these people are, when he described Indians. And when he thought that he had reached India, he was misled by our people to meet the Native American people. And he wrote back and said that he had reached India by a different route, because our people fooled him into believing he had reached India. And until today, we still call the Caribbean the West Indies. In other words, the western part of India, which is a myth, which is a name that needs change with immediacy. But like I said before, the Africans' contribution to civilization is immeasurable. You cannot measure it. It's too deep, it's too far, it's too wide, it's too brilliant, it's too magnificent, it's too important. And we, the African people, all over the world, must unite. We had leaders in the past that tried to unite us. But every time we pushed a leader, the Europeans either undermined him or had him physically killed in decade after decade after decade for quite some time. And we foolishly follow their misleading behavioral patterns and assassinate our great leaders, our great thinkers, our people retained our gold and diamonds and bauxite and manganese and cobalt and coal for us, all wood that helped build the European boats. They have been exploiting us without any kind of remorse, any kind of apology, because they worked out that if we could only find one in each country with a following that is greedy enough to want personal gain, we can control that African country. And it has happened over and over and over again. And with great propaganda, they would look at a great leader and they would say, look at him. He's no good. He's a dictator. He's a communist. He's a socialist. He's a a person that wants to get rid of you all and keep you in poverty, which was and is still a blatant lie. So we have got to tell ourselves that Africa's contribution to civilization is the greatest gift to all mankind. That we are the ones that mapped the stars for the first time. That we are the first mathematicians. That we are the first musicians. That we are the first architects. That we are the first everything that is important in this world. And so the Europeans ran with our model, because when they raided Egypt, they sent Constantine sent Alexander, the so-called Great, to plunder and to burn Egypt, and took back to Greece all of the great book that the Egyptians had created. And not only that, they turned around and said, look, Africa has no history. But what they did not say, which is true, is that the Africans, after they took the books, the Africans continued to teach orally, because they knew that if they had written it, those two will be stolen and those two will be taken, just as they have taken our art. All of their museums, if we go to their museums tomorrow and we were able to get back all of our art, the British Museum, the museums in Germany, the museums in Portugal, the museums in Spain would all be empty, because they're all filled with African art. And everybody knows that art tells the story and the history of a country better than any politician would ever be able to do. And right now, there is a movement in place and operable that is seeking to get back the art that was stolen from many, many African countries that are sitting in the museums of Europe and North America. Do you know that the noses of the Sphinx were deliberately removed because they did not want you to know that they were all black people? And there is a man, a great scholar called Martin, I don't remember his last name. Sorry about that. Van Sertima. And he said that he through research, found where the noses of the Sphinx are in London. And when he checked with them, they said, yes, we have them. But if we give them back, then everybody would start asking back for their art. Yes, it's time to start to ask back for our art. It's ours. The crown jewel in the Queen's crown, the main jewel, is from Uganda, stolen. We want it back. Queen Elizabeth, Lizzie, my girl, we want it back. We must never compromise ourselves as African people. We must never allow Europeans to take our people and turn them against our leaders, because we know historically that they have never been on our side, those Europeans. They have all been on their own side for their own good. And that every single major city in Europe was built by Africans physically, or by African blood, or by African architecture. And that these so-called philosophers that came out of Greece were all thieves and liars. Everyone, Socrates, Isocrates, and all the rest. And so, my brothers and sisters, I climax this little statement that I made by saying or reciting a poem I wrote recently called Bleached Out Skin. Bleached out skin. It is true, a white man is hue, bleached by the coldest of regions, melanin missing into ice and open fields, a diet of fish, of whales, of seals. Getting paler by the year, watching skin disappear. In the Caucasus Mountains dwell, biologically changing not a cell. Isolated, consecrated into religious daffodils that spills its flowers on the hills of hate and prejudice, biased views permeated in their tainted pews that live a life that lies beneath the forging of the ties that bind kind, all kind of line on continents whose very substance is the essence, the existence, the presence of twisted opinions in vast dominions where the absence of rationality and reality reigns. It pains the souls of those who chose to meet and greet a cousin loss, incapable of counting the cost of racial tension, a suspension, misguided direction, and misinformation of he who is, from where he came, a land of majestic, magnificent big game, warm in spirit, warmed by weather, his skin color causing him to trim and dim, cut off limb that produced him and every other Homo sapien. So conflict ensue, the bleached out hue, not knowing his history, spouts anger and is ready to spill the blood of kith and kin. Bewildered, bothered, baffled by the skin that technically really is him. For if he were to research and trace, he'll see there's really just one race. Oh, bleached out skin, come see the sign that says all mankind is a cousin of mine. Thank you.
You tell me to forget that my grandmother was born right there, so alright, I say I shall go. You tell me to forget, it is there I want my own children to grow. Alright, I say I shall go. But I hope you understand how I feel about Emerton, my homeland, my homeland, my homeland. And I hope you know it's true that I would never forgive you, because look what you do to my Emerton. You tell me to forget that you bring bulldozers and push down the houses, so alright, I say I shall go. You tell me to forget, you bring bulldozers and push down the houses. Oh, alright, I say I shall go. But I hope you understand how I feel about Emerton, my homeland, my homeland, my homeland. And I hope you know it's true that I will never forgive you, because look what you do to my Emerton. You tell me to forget that you uproot my people and scatter them to and fro. Alright, I say I shall go. Oh, you tell me to forget that you did the wrong things and then let my children know. Alright, I say I shall go. But I hope you understand how I feel about Emerton, my homeland, my homeland, my homeland. And I hope you know it's true that I would never, 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 never forgive you, because look Merton. You tell me to forget and that my grandmother was born right there, so all right, I say I shall go. 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 All right, I say I shall go.
So
Wow.
thank you. We was beautiful. We played your song, and we also were just asked if you would like to give us some final closing words. That was an amazing performance and amazing words, and very truthful of how we are enslaved and the beauty of this of what we've created. It's kind of amazing to start the day with, but please, we give you the rest to close off with.
It was
Thank
really
you.
amazing because one of my major takeaways was also that the superior minds that we should embrace and actually be aware of, that we have the superior minds as Black people, and the component of religion, culture, and language. I really think that was intriguing. It's so true. When you look at it, it's so true that in a way, those three kind of control and to an extent manipulators. Thank you so much for such a beautiful presentation, really powerful presentation.
And we also share close birthdays, so happy belated. Mine was
Oh,
also,
yes.
yeah, so
Thank
that's
you.
pretty cool.
Your birthday was
It was
recent?
March 24th. So,
Oh, wow.
and you're
Aries.
Aries, yes. But great to meet you.
Good.
Is there
I
any
hope you had a
closing words that you
wonderful
would like to
birthday.
leave us with?
Yes, I'm really sorry that I did not bring it up, but I wanted to also say that Africa at one time was even called Ethiopia, the whole of Africa, and that Ethiopia stretched for miles and miles, so much so that it stretched all the way into India. It was not the land that you see today being called Ethiopia. It was all of Africa. And so we, the African people, have got to make a concerted effort to make sure that we are reunited with our people and reunited with our natural resources. Because once that is done, there's no stopping Africa. You know, it is so clear. Um, Look at Ghana today. Ghana is opening its doors to the people of the diaspora. Stevie Wonder, whom I admire so much, who has done so much as an artist, has recently moved to Ghana because he was fed up with the mistreatment of African people, whom they call African Americans, um, in the United States. And this is a huge statement. People don't understand. It's not just an individual movement, you know. This is one of the greatest artists who ever lived, making a profound decision to move back to Africa, to go home, you know. And I, on a personal level, want to thank the people of Nigeria for making me, in particular the Yoruba people, an African chief. It means a whole lot to me. And I stand humbly I'm thankful to them for doing so. I also want to thank the people in government of Barbados for giving me our national highest honor. I want to thank all the fans who bought my music and who, made sure that my name was always out there for all these many years. And I just want to thank you all for inviting me to this conference. And I hope it's not the last time that we meet with each other. And I hope that the day would come when this pandemic is over, that some of you all will get the chance to come to my beautiful island, Barbados, and see how we have progressed since the days of slavery until now. Thank you very much.
We thank you for being a part, and I'll keep you to it. I would love to go to Barbados, so I'll keep you to it. But thank you for being a part of our March celebration of us. And you are a great pillar in our growth and understanding, and I appreciate you being here. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Have a wonderful day and
You
a
too.
wonderful conference. I have some other things that I have to do. I have another Zoom meeting. I also have an interview with a radio station. But I want to thank Nikita personally for inviting me and to introducing me to my family, because you all are my family.
Yes.
You're not just
yes.
friends. I am having what they call goose pimples in Barbados, goosebumps.
Good. Yeah.
I am seeing my family for the first time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, that gives me chills. That explains completely my nervousness for this morning. But we are honored to do our next speaker for today. Just going by chance, do you want to do this one, Precious, or?
Sure. So keynote address is coming from Mr. Anthony D. Browder. He's an author, publisher, cultural historian, artist, and an educational consultant. He's a graduate of Howard University's College of Fine Arts and has lectured extensively throughout the United States, Africa, Caribbean, Mexico, Japan, and Europe on issues related to African and African American history and culture. Mr. Browder is the founder and director of IKG Cultural Resources and is devoted 43 years researching ancient Egyptian history, science, philosophy, and culture. He has traveled to Egypt 60 times since he has traveled to Egypt 60 times since 1980 and is currently director of the ASA Restoration Project, which is the funding, excavation, and restoration of 8th, 25th dynastomes on the west bank of Laksa. He is doing amazing work, and he's going to take us through our keynote address for tonight, Debunking Eurocentric Lies and Rewriting African History. Welcome, Mr. Anthony Browder. Over to you. We are expectant and looking forward to you sharing. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you for the introduction. Thank you for the opportunity to share with so many of my sisters and brothers from around the world. And I'm really pleased that we have so many people from the continent listening to this session. You all have done an outstanding job of organizing this event and making it possible for us to receive information about ourselves, who we are as a people, and what it is we must do in order to become more self-determining. I also want to thank Ambassador Carter for opening the way for me. He talked about a number of things that are near and dear to my heart. And so I want to build on some of the things that he shared with you all in his presentation and charge us to assume greater responsibility for reclaiming our own history, as opposed to pointing the fingers at our oppressors for having stripped our history or our historical memory away from us. It is our job, it is our responsibility to do what real men and women are supposed to do, and that is to stand on the shoulders of our ancestors, to reach back and to pull into our consciousness the best of their historical and cultural contributions, and to sanctify and to ritualize those principles, concepts, and ideas, preserve them and pass them on to future generations so that they will not have to reinvent the wheel. It's been said by a European writer, George Orwell, that the most effective way to destroy people is to deny and obliterate their understanding of their history. It was George Orwell who wrote the book 1984, in which he says in the opening of that book that he who controls the past controls the future, but he who controls the present controls the past. So if our ability to move forward is based on what we know, but what we know is determined by people who shape our understanding of the past in the present moment, it means that right now, this moment is the linchpin to your freedom, to your physical freedom, and also to your mental freedom. It was a dear colleague of mine, Asa Hilliard, who was an educational psychologist, who told us that mental slavery is worse than physical slavery, because a mental slave believes that he or she is free, and they never realize that the chains or the shackles are on their minds. So whoever controls your mind, whoever controls what you think, how you think, and how far back you can go in your thinking controls your present moment and controls your future. There's an African proverb that I'm very fond of that speaks to what I see as my life's mission. And that proverb says that until the lions have their own historians, the history of the hunt will always glorify the hunter. So for at least the past 500 years, the historical memory of African people has been written by the destroyers of African people, culture, and African memory. So we have had difficulty knowing who we were because of the efforts that have been carried out by Europeans over hundreds and hundreds of years in order to erase our historical and cultural memory, and then erase the erasure, and then say that African people have never made any contribution to culture and civilization in the history of humanity. That is a lie. And that lie has been exposed by several historical lions who have taken up the charge to rewrite the history of African people from an African-centered perspective. And so I want to do a verbal libation, if you will, and honor some of those scholars whose writings have impacted me. And I'm going to call their names and ask that you remember them and honor them for their dedication to helping us remember who we were. Chancellor Williams. I'm coming to you all from Washington, D.C. So Dr. Chancellor Williams was a very highly respected scholar here in the Washington, D.C. area. He wrote a book in the 1970s entitled The Destruction of African Civilization, Great Issues of a Race. Another significant scholar who had a profound impact on me was John G. Jackson, whose birthday is tomorrow. John G. Jackson has written a number of books about African people, history and culture, the African origins of religion. One of Dr. Jackson's book that really resonates with my heart is his 1972 classic, Introduction to African Civilization. There is another scholar who I must acknowledge as having played a pivotal role in shaping the consciousness of Africans in the Americas and continental Africans, and that is Dr. John Henry Clarke, who was a teacher to many students, tens of thousands of students when he taught at Hunter College in New York City. Dr. John Henry Clarke is responsible for helping us understand the power and the value of history. It was Dr. Clarke who reminded us that history is not objective. History is a weapon that has been used in the past to enslave African people. It is a weapon that we as African people can use in the present moment in order to liberate ourselves. So history is a tool. And so we must begin to see it as a tool and use it as a mechanism to free our minds. Dr. Clark is famous for having said that history is a clock that people use to tell their political and cultural time of day. So my question to my African brothers and sisters is, do you know what time it is? Do you know that African people were the first human beings on the planet who invented the concept of time? Time is a man-made construct. It was Africans living in the Nile Valley who created the first calendar of 365 and a quarter days. And that calendar was used as late as 4,230 BC. Africans were responsible for dividing the day into 24 hours. So the concept of time itself is an African principle. And so we have to begin to use our time constructively and understand that anywhere we are in the world is always African time if we know who we are. Dr. Clark also reminded us that history is the compass that people use to find themselves on the map of human geography. History tells the people who they were and where they were. History tells the people who they are and where they are. But the most important role of history is to tell the people where they still must go and who they still must become. There are two African historians that I want to acknowledge who played a pivotal role in my cultural reawakening. One is the great African pharaoh from Senegal by the name of Cheikh Anta Diop. It was Cheikh Anta Diop who, along with his colleague from Gabon, Dr. Teofilo Obenga, were responsible for helping to rescue our historical and cultural memory about the Nile Valley, specifically ancient Egypt. It was Dr. Diop who told us that for us to return to Egypt in every domain is a necessary condition to reconcile African civilization with history, because Egypt will play the same role in the rethinking and reimagining of African cultures that ancient Greece and Rome played in the culture of Europe. So when we think of Egypt, we think of this Northern African nation, which was originally known by its indigenous name, Kemet. What we have to understand is that Kemet, or ancient Egypt, was nothing but an extension of Nile Valley culture and civilization. So in order for us to really restore our historical and cultural memory, we must go where the knowledge is. The oldest sources of knowledge are found in the same location where the oldest skeletal remains of human beings have been found, and that is in Northeast Africa. So it is in that location where we can find the beginning of culture and civilization. So I want to share with you some basic facts that are part of the education, the revised education of Africa and the world that we are writing right now. History will be kind to African people in the future because we are going to write it. People of African ancestry are going to tell our story, and we're going to see to it that these stories supplant the European versions of our story, and that we will teach these stories to our children so that they will understand at an early age who they are, where they came from, and why they're in this world, what they have the capacity to do. So when we think about the Nile Valley, I want us to think about it in a larger context. I want us to think about it in the context that the Earth is 4.5 billion years old. That is a scientifically proven fact. The Earth is 4.5 billion years old. And when I talk about African history and culture and science and philosophy, I talk about it from the vantage point of what I know, not what I think, not what I believe, but what I know. A belief is something you accept without proof. Knowledge cancels out belief. So it's important for us to ground ourselves in accurate historical knowledge about African people, places, and things, and that we move forward from that position so that we can begin to move in the direction of empowering ourselves and empowering our children. We must understand some very basic and fundamental realities. Reality number one is that based on the current scientific evidence, humanity began in Africa. The oldest skeletal remains of proto-human beings have only been found in Northeast Africa in the 1960s 70s, 1974, I believe, a group of European paleontologists found the skeletal remains of a woman. Her skeletal remains were dated to 3.8 million years of age. The Europeans referred to her as Lucy, but Ethiopians re-identified this woman by an Amharic name, Dekanish, which means you are beautiful. Hers was the oldest skeletal remains of human beings ever found up to that point. And then in the 1990s, another group of paleontologists digging less than 100 miles from where the skeletal remains of Dekanish were found the skeletal remains of another African female, except that these skeletal remains were 4.2 million years old. This skeleton is now referred to as Ardi, and it's the most complete skeletal remains of a proto-human being in history. So we can now say categorically, based on the physical evidence, that humanity began in Africa. And so the world's first Homo sapiens sapiens, that is a man with consciousness and the consciousness to know that they have consciousness, thinking man. Those human beings evolved in Africa and Africa alone as late as 300,000 years ago. So it's important for us to take our proper place in world history. We stand at the head of the human family. It's also critically important for us to understand that 300,000 years ago, there were no other human beings on this planet except the human beings who lived in Northeast Africa. And then approximately 60,000 years ago, a group of these Africans in Northeast Africa began walking east into Asia, populating Asia. And over the course of the next tens of thousands of years, they populated India, they populated China, they moved down in the islands in the China Sea, and populated other regions of that world before later crossing the Bering Strait into the Americas. We also know, as a point of scientific fact, that approximately 40,000 years ago, another group of these same East Africans walked out of Northeast Africa into Western Asia, or the landmass that we mistakenly today refer to as Europe. These Africans then lived in Europe for tens of thousands of years, and then scientists or geneticists just recently discovered the time frame that these Africans living in Europe lost their melanin. This genetic material that gives our skin our dark color and protects us from the harmful UV rays from the light. These Africans who were trapped in Europe and were exposed to less sunlight over a period of tens of thousands of years gradually became lighter and lighter until they lost their melanin. And that event occurred, according to geneticists, between 8,000 and 7,000 years ago. So that is the beginning of the so-called European, the people that we now refer to as Caucasian. So what I want us to understand, and what I want you to take away from these points that I've shared with you, is that humanity began in Africa 300,000 years ago, and that the first Africans began walking out of Africa into Asia approximately 60,000 years ago. And then another group of Africans walked into Western Asia or Europe around 40,000 years ago. So what that means, sisters and brothers, what that means is that the first Asians were African. What it also means is that the first Europeans were Africans. And what it means on a larger scale is that there is no such thing as race. Race was a false construct that was created by Europeans at the University of Göttingen in Germany in the late 18th century, where they invented the word Caucasian and falsified the historical record and began to state, without any physical evidence, without any scientific evidence, that the people who had the least amount of melanin in their skin, i.e. Caucasians or white people, were the people with the greatest amount of intelligence, and those who had the greatest amount of melanin in their skin, the darker people of the planet, were those who had the least amount of intelligence, history, and culture. These are lies. And we have the scientific evidence to expose these lies, to destroy these myths, and then to teach a new narrative that tells our story in the proper perspective. And so when we go to the Nile Valley, and again, I spent so many years traveling to Egypt, to Sudan, to Ethiopia, to the Nile Valley to study this history and culture, because that is where the greatest documentation is that tells us who we were before our world was turned upside down. The Nile River Valley itself is 30 million years old. And it is the Nile River which created the Nile Valley, the Nile River Valley. That river is 4,132 miles. It is the longest river in the world. It is also the only major river in the world which flows from the south to the north. So the Nile River flows out of Central Africa downhill into Sudan, into Egypt, and then empties out into the Mediterranean Sea. There are two branches of the Nile River. The first branch of the Nile River begins in near Tanzania. It begins in the White Nile. And the second branch of the Nile River comes out of Lake Tana in Ethiopia. These two streams of the Nile, the river that comes out of Ethiopia is called the Blue Nile. The river that comes out of South Central Africa is called the White Nile. These two branches of this river join in the city of Khartoum and continue to flow northward through the rest of Khartoum, Sudan, or ancient Kush, into ancient Kemet, and then empties into the Mediterranean Sea. And out of Ethiopia, every year came some of the rich volcanic soil, which was deposited on the east and west bank of the Nile River when the Nile flooded annually prior to the building of the Aswan Dam in the 1960s. This silt, this soil that was deposited on the land, made the Nile River Valley the most fertile land on earth, made it possible for a group of people to begin to develop the first documented nation in recorded history, began in the Nile Valley. And so it's important for us to understand that when we go to the Nile Valley, we go there to reclaim the history and culture of our ancestors. Ancient Kemet is significant because it is there where we can find what Ambassador Carter was talking about. It is there where we can find the origins of the 7 liberal arts. It is there where we can find the beginning of architecture. Reference was made earlier to Imhotep, the world's first multi-genius, the person responsible for creating the first building of stone in the world, i.e. the Step Pyramid. A 19-story skyscraper was designed and constructed by African people approximately 2700 BC at a time when Europeans were still living in caves, painting their skin blue and howling at the moon. Africans had invented the first skyscraper in world history. We also know that Africans in Kemet were responsible for developing the first universities, if you will, the first facilities where the knowledge of the universe was taught. And within these educational institutions, there were professors who taught astronomy. There were professors who taught medicine, dentistry. There were engineers of all sorts, mechanical engineers, hydraulic engineers. There were philosophers. There were educators. There were civil servants which came out of these communities and who were able to document the greatest culture of any people on the planet. It's important for us to understand that the history of Kemet is a historical record that is over 3,000 years old. It is where we can find the beginning of writing. It is where we can find the beginning of government. It is where we can find the beginning of the 3 major religious systems which now control and dominate most of the thinking of most people on the planet. We have to be unashamed about restoring our historical and cultural memory. But we also have to be sincere in our efforts to document what we say so that we can accurately represent those ancestors on whose shoulders we now stand. It's important for us to realize that the history of Kemet, ancient Egypt, was so important that Europeans had to steal Egypt out of Africa. They had to declare that Egypt was somewhere in the Middle East. And I want you all to be very, very clear about one fact. Whenever you hear someone tell you that Egypt is in the Middle East, challenge them to back that up with historical information. If Egypt is in the Middle East, then where's the Middle West? Where's the Middle North? Where's the Middle South? There is no such place as the Middle East. That term was created by an American reporter in the early 20th century, and it has been used as a ruse in order to separate Egypt from Africa and African people from their own history and culture. So the job of African people, as Sheikh Anta Diop said, to claim Kemet as a child of Africa is as critical to us as claiming Greece and Rome as the foundation for European history and culture is to them. We will find in Kemet, we will find in the Nile Valley the beginnings of temple construction. We will find in the Nile Valley in Kemet the creation of spiritual texts which established the basis for religious systems which now govern the world. I don't have time to go into it now, but I would encourage all of you all to study the story of Asar, Aset, and Heru, because that story is going to be played out this weekend as many Christians celebrate Easter. And what I want you to take note of is how our history is all around us. We just don't know that it's ours. Our history is literally hidden in plain sight. But once you begin to restore your historical and cultural memory, you then are equipped, better equipped, to go anywhere in the world and begin the process of reclaiming that which was stolen from your ancestors and that which has been hidden from you. So I want to give you all an assignment for this Sunday. This Sunday is Easter Sunday. And I want you to take note of the Pope. Every Easter Sunday, the Pope stands on his balcony and delivers a sermon about the resurrection of Jesus Christ. And he delivers this sermon to a multitude of approximately 150,000 people who are gathered beneath his balcony in St. Peter's Square. And what I want you to see, what I want you to take note of this Sunday is that as the Pope stands on his balcony, delivering his sermon to the multitudes standing in St. Peter's Square before him, I want you to notice that the people in the square will be standing around a stone monument that the Greeks referred to as an obelisk, but Africans in the Nile Valley, in Sudan and Kemet and Ethiopia referred to it as a tekken. A tekken is the oldest symbol of resurrection known to mankind. That is a symbol which represents the resurrection of Asar, who was the founding father of civilization in ancient Kemet, who lived and died over 6,000 years ago. The story of Asar is the first story in the recorded history of humanity of a person who died and was resurrected from the dead and took his place on the throne of judgment. And so I want you to be aware of this. When you see this image of the Pope standing on his balcony, delivering the sermon about the resurrection of Jesus the Christ, as he looks out at a 6,000-year-old monument that represents the resurrection of an African king named Asar. And I want you to know that the Pope knows that story, that the story of Jesus the Christ is a story which has been fabricated from an ancient African story that was popularized in Kemet, ancient Egypt, over 6,000 years ago, but actually had its origins in Ethiopia. This story of the savior of mankind, the first resurrected savior, in the history of humanity is a story that comes straight out of Africa, straight out of the Nile Valley. And it's important for us, so critically important for us, if we are going to be engaged in the process of restoring our historical and cultural memory, to be fearless in doing our research and not stop when we come up against religious teachings that are cloaked in African history and culture. Because when we can remove the European covering off of African spiritual traditions, we will find that Africans were the very first people on the planet to identify a creator who we call God. Africans were the first people to identify the fact that human beings had a soul and there was a process for the salvation of the soul. Africans in the Nile Valley were the very first human beings to talk about the judgment of the soul and the means by which a person can go into heaven to be reborn in the afterlife. These are all African concepts. And so it's critically important for us to remember what our oppressors never wanted us to know. Much has been said during this conference about the process of enslavement, about the means by which we were separated from our homeland, from our history and our culture. So let us be very clear that the very first slave ship that took our ancestors from Africa and brought them across the ocean was a slave ship that was known as the good ship Jesus. Let us be very clear that every European nation, with the exception of Russia, participated in the wholesale theft, sale, and enslavement of over 100 million African men, women, and children in the greatest catastrophe that the world has ever experienced. So the enslavement of African people, the European enslavement of the African people, is called rightfully the Ma'afa, the great disaster. And let us be clear as well that of the millions of Africans who survived the march from the interior of Africa to the slave dungeons that dot the coast of West Africa, those Africans were marched through the door of no return onto those floating dungeons, those floating caskets, those slave ships. And as they walked through that door of no return, according to research from Alex Haley, when he was doing the research for his book Roots in the 1970s, he said that British slave captains would make it a point to make sure that the first two Africans loaded aboard the slave ship were a male and a female who were recorded in the ship's log as Adam and Eve, and that all of the other Africans were then numbered until that ship was filled. And then the ship set sail. And they also believed that if the ship set sail on a Sunday, that God would bless its journey. So we have to have some context about the role that religion played in justifying the theft, sale, and enslavement and murder of over 100 million African people. It was Pope Eugenius IV who issued a papal bull in the 15th century declaring that Africans had no soul. So therefore, it was all right for European Christians, first the Portuguese, and then the Spanish, and then the British and the Germans and the French and the Dutch and everyone else. It was all right for them to steal Africans because we had no souls. They could steal us, they could sell us, they could rape us because we had no souls. Now imagine that. Imagine the contradiction that we're faced with when it was African people who thousands of years ago gave the world its first concepts of God. It was African people who wrote the first texts that identified the aspects of the soul that Africans were born with, and the means by which you can ensure the continued existence of your soul. So our history has been rewritten. Our job, our responsibility is to do the research. The information is accessible to us. We have to be willing to read. Here in America, enslaved Africans were forbidden by law to read or write. And there are narratives that describe Africans who literally had their eyes blinded because they were caught trying to read. There are stories about Africans who had their fingers cut off or their hands cut off, who were caught trying to write. These were laws that were created, passed, and enforced in the United States of America because our oppressor knew that if we could write and tell our story, who we were and where we came from, if we could read those stories, we would not accept the lies, the distortions of humanity that were imposed upon us by our enslavers. Our former enslavers have a vested interest in keeping us mentally enslaved to this very day, which means that we, here in America, the descendants of the formerly enslaved African people, have an obligation and a responsibility to read, to write, to study for them, to do the things that they were forbidden by law from doing, so that we can then tell our children of their great past. I like to say that if the story of African people were a book of 1,000 pages, the story of our enslavement begins on page 996 and is only 2 pages long. Our job as historians, our job as scholars, our job as researchers is to document the story of the first 995 pages of African people, and to make sure that that information is available to every child of African descent throughout the world. That is our charge. That is our responsibility, because we are free. We have the capacity now to travel all over the world. We have the freedom now to tell our own story. So we must do what free people have an obligation to do. And your greatest obligation, if you are free, is to free your mind, is to know your past, and then to commit a considerable portion of your life to pass that information on to someone younger than you. That is our job. That is where we find ourselves at this specific point in time in history. And I can tell you this, that the world is changing. The African mind is changing. Africans are waking up all over the planet. And as Kwame Nkrumah said, I'm African not because I was born in Africa, but because Africa is born in me. I am descendant of the first men and women who ever walked this planet. We are descendants of the first human beings to read, to write, to reason. Our ancestry is connected to the ancestry of humans who created the concept of time and created a concept of God and the means by which we can save our souls. These are African concepts, and we should never allow anybody else to interpret our reality for us. We are the best vessels. We are the best vehicles through which our story must be told. And so I want to follow in my brother Anthony's footprints and end my comments with a poem, a piece that I wrote called Transition 14. And it speaks to the essence of who we were, who we are, and who we must become. And Transition 14 says that in the beginning, our ancestors knew not, and they studied. And for 4,000 years, they learned all there was to know, and they taught others. Then came the Ma'afa, the great disaster, and enslavers made it illegal for Africans to read or write. And they were forced to forget all that they had learned and taught. And after 400 years of forgetting, they have forgot that they have forgotten. But that changes today. I will remember for them. I will read for them. I will write for them. I will teach for them. And I will make certain that they are never forgotten again. Why? Because I know that we are the vessels through which our ancestors live, breathe, and do their best work. So our responsibility, sisters and brothers, is to pick up the mantle, to restore the historical and cultural memory of our collective ancestors, to preserve that as the precious jewels that they are, and to make sure that every Black child in your life knows who he or she is, and they have an obligation and a responsibility to continue to build on that legacy until we restore Africa to its rightful place. And that time is coming, that time is near. And I want us all to be able to say that we played a major role in turning the world right side up and restoring African history, African culture, and African people to their rightful place. Thank you very much for your time and attention. And it's been my pleasure to share these few words with you today.
Thank you so much for your words. Very insightful, very powerful. Let's see if we have our other hosts with us. Here we
Hi.
go. Hi. All right. We just
Thank you,
wanted to say
Mr.
thank you. Thank you, Mr. Browder. It was a pleasure to have you. Obviously, our audience was saying the same. You speak very eloquently, especially when I have a little bit of a tangent when it comes to Middle East, middle and stuff like that. I was happy you spoke on that. So it's great. It's great having you. And if there is any way, maybe I should say that we forgot to do this. If there's any way our audience can reach out to you or find you, would you be willing to give us a moment or give us a way?
Sure. Well, what you can do is go to our website, which is www.ikg-info.com. That's ikg-info.com. You can go to our website. You can see the work that we're doing. We also have an email address linked to that, so you can send me information. And we also have on our website a host of our publications, videos, and other materials where we share this information with our community.
Oh, thank you so much. My major takeaways for me were that in just understanding who we are and passing on that information to the next generation, it's such an honor to know that, and passing the right information that encourages boldness. I think that was really amazing. The whole presentation was amazing. Thank you so much, Seifo, for taking your time and just pouring your heart. It's so evident. You're pouring from your passionate heart. Thank you for leading the way. Yeah.
Well, thank you all, and I appreciate everything that you all are doing. And although I didn't say this in my talk, let me say this now: that anyone who studied African history and culture know that it's the sisters who keep us strong. It's sisters who have always kept the foundation. And I thank you two sisters, Diana and Precious, for being my point person for today. Thank you, and you all stay safe.
You too. Thank you so much.
Right.
Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Over to you, Diana.
Yes. So our next speaker, which is what was this? I just want to say his title before I go anywhere else. If he's professor or anything like that. Yes, Professor Mamo Munchie, right? Mamo Munchie. He is a research professor at the Tanzania. I'm getting these names better one day. Tanzania University of Technology. His topic is the mindset shift of eradicating inferiorization to being final African liberated with unity. Sorry, my things. So that being said, he has quite an extensive intro. So I am, with no disregard to his accolades, just to give him the ability of his time to speak. I will just say, Professor Munchie did his undergraduate degree in Columbia University, New York, United States. He is he has postgraduate and the MPhil and DPhil in Science, Technology, and Innovations for Development from the University of Sussex in the UK. He is currently an DST NRF Researcher Chair in the Innovative Study at the Facility of Engineering and the Built Environment I'm going to get these African names right, guys. Swiss University of Technology and a rated research professional. He is a fellow of the South African Academy of Science, the African Academy of Sciences, and the African Science Institute. He is also currently a professor at Barbados, Harmaya, and University of Gondar, Ethiopia. I just want to go. He has several accolades. I just want to get to. He has been given numerous awards. Numerous awards, valued service awards, basic institutional senior researcher of the year, academic excellence award, an understanding contributor to science, engineering, technology, and innovation by NTSF in South Africa. The professor took up manual tasks to produce and improve body and research on the innovation system and wherever rudimentary forms of degrees of elevational states that he exists. Sorry, that sounds crazy. But he has a world of accolades here, and I just don't want to botcher them up completely, but there's an extensive list. But he is one of our strongest speakers today, and we would like to introduce him in. Mana Muchi, if you can also help us too in helping us in your introduction, just because there are extensive, it is wonderful, but I don't want to overlook anything that you do. It's just extensive. So if you could give us, and don't kill me for that, but if you can also incite us in a little bit of what you do. I have just a grave long list here that I don't want to leave out anything of any import.
Oh, my mic is mute. Sorry, I don't know. Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
We can hear you.
Oh, you can hear me? Okay, all right.
Yes.
Because I wasn't. Thank you very much. There's just to call me Mama Muchi. I don't think all these accolades are not necessary. I'm basically, the main thing I'm doing here is I'm a research professor, and I supervise lots of PhD students, and we have produced lots of people, young people. I also teach an advanced course on creativity, innovation, and entrepreneurship. So I try to produce African students to be, to form teams and to develop job creation by venture startup creation. I think that's the main thing I have been doing here in South Africa, and a lot of them have done it. Like the 2020, about 11 venture startups have been done by the groups of students. So we motivate them to do it, and we give them also marks when they deliver. When they form the team, and they also create incubation, venture startups, and simulation. When they do like that, we motivate them and we encourage them. So we're really, it's fascinating what some of the things that I see from the students. When they create something, they become my teachers. become their student, you see. So when you become a professor, that's what you should do. You should be so humble and very strong. You motivate the students, you inspire them, you encourage them, you make them creative, innovative, inventive, entrepreneurial, so that they create their own ventures and their own enterprises. And then they do it not just as individuals, but also as a team. Because we Africans are not individualistic. Individualism has been imposed on us by colonialism. We're very associational. That's our culture, our tradition. It's very rich culture. And we encourage all our the students to learn to be associational, to team up, to form teams and build something new and original. And they have been doing it over the number of years. And I'm really happy that I left Europe. I came here to teach them and really value what they have created. And I feel like every time when they create something, I feel like I'm learning something new. So I'm a student. You never cease to be a student in your entire life. So I'm always learning all the time. So, and even your History Month now, the Africa History Month, it should be an education for all of us. You learn, I learn, we learn from each other, we exchange, and we do it associationally, not for making one to be better than another, but all of us to win-win, all of us to gain, all of us to preserve and save ourselves, not lose, not waste ourselves. Something like that is what I think I like to do. Can you hear me? Hello? Hello? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you, sir.
Okay. You hear me? Yes. So let me then, what I should do now is I want to discuss on the mindset shift to eradicate inferiorizing Africans, to bring the final African liberation with unity, to achieve what we call the post-colonial time. I think that's what we need to do now. We into a time zone where we actually can do that. So I want to basically now try to explain to you how Africa has been seen on the knowledge area, how others have seen us, and really have also denounced us and blamed us as if we don't know anything. And so I would like to focus on the science side, because that's the most advanced area for those in the Eurocentric world. They think they feel they are dominant because their domination is because they know science, they know mathematics, they know astronomy, they know this chemistry, they know physics, but they say Africans don't. So the most interesting thing I want to show to you is I want to explore some examples of science from Africa. And I want to excavate also the science, technology, engineering, mathematics roots are from the African origin. And I want to show you how we can actually embed the knowledge, learning, innovation that has come from Africa. And I want to also suggest to you why we should actually now not only acknowledge this African knowledge, this indigenous African knowledge, but also now we should do everything we can to decolonize the entire education system by making sure that the forgotten and excluded knowledge and what others have rejected has to be revived. And when we do that, then I think the knowledge world will be very, very, very good. So extremely important. We must not consider European civilization as a model. We should not treat it as a model in the past nor in the future. but the problem was the European Eurocentrism has made European civilization, European science, European knowledge to be the cornerstone for all civilizations. In other words, even if there is a civilization in China or India or Africa, anything, they say that it cannot reach that level of Europe. So there is almost what we call Euro exceptionalism, because they instead of recognizing all cultures from all parts of the world have participated in the creation of the civilization, the Euro exceptionalists and Eurocentric thinking rejects that. They say that European civilization is an European science, or what was created from Europe is number one. That's what they say. So basically what they are saying is that Europe, they kept saying that Europe cannot be compared to other continents. They say they have a special position, and because they have this special position, they have the right to colonize others. Okay, that's what they say. But the most the fascinating thing is that of all the European the Roman emperor called Julius Caesar declared ex Africa semper aliquid novi in his language. Out of Africa comes always something new. So that is fascinating. But what we now know is that Eurocentrism is still triumphant. Since the second half of the 19th century, from the 18th century, even now, the dominant, all right, in the whole world now, still the Eurocentrism and Western thinking is number one, is seen as the most prominent. And we in Africa tend to inferiorize ourselves by copying and mimicking. And then at the same time, also, when the Europeans also impose it, we never challenge it or really also try to say, how can we include also the knowledge that we ourselves have also created, our ancestors have left behind. So what you can see is that even the whole world history is being not written in a way that includes this is what actually a guy called Andre Gunder Frank said. Not only was world history rewritten wholesale, he says, but universal science was newborn, not just as a European, but as a Eurocentric invention. Can you imagine? Even in all spheres, the human sciences, the social sciences, the natural sciences, engineering sciences, everything was like that. So Eurocentrism provided the foundation of modernization theory. Civilizations like our own Africa gave up their own system to accommodate Eurocentrism at a great cost. Even China and others did the same, but China and Japan did not go as badly as Africa in falling for the Eurocentric mimicry. That's what. So what is very important is we have serious challenges. For example, there's a guy called professor called Lewis Wolpert. He wrote a book called The Unnatural Nature of Science, and he says all non-Western science are pre-scientific. That's what he says in this book. He advocated epistemological Eurocentrism. He said it's Greece that's the cradle of Western science. He says Eurocentrism privileges the Greek origin of Western science. So that's what he says. So where is the origin of science? Seeing all non-European cultures as primitive. Saying white people to have an obligation to rule the world. Making the rest of the world becoming a challenge to Europe means the white man's burden. We all become burdened to them, that the West must provide cultural development to others from the non-West, especially in Africa, from Africa. The West must help others to become Western by encouraging and forcing them to adopt Western ways. Modernization becomes nothing else but to be Westernized or Europeanized. So the dominance of the Eurocentrism narrative prevailed entirely over Europe, over Africa, Eurocentrism becomes, all right, Francophone, that's Eurocentrism, with France. Lusophone with Portugal, all right? Anglophone with England. So what it is from the 1884-85 Berlin Conference, all of them, they tried to divide Africa by saying, this belongs to Spain, this belongs to Portugal, this part belongs to France, this part belongs to Britain, to Germany, and so on. And then they did try to do with Italy. And then, of course, in Italy, the Italians faced the challenge because Ethiopia, the most non-colonized country of all of Africa, resisted that. And then they felt as if that also defeated them because it went against their Eurocentrism. The Adwa Great African Victory attacked Eurocentrism very much because that was what they said. So there was total non-acknowledgement of any contribution to science, all right, originating from Africa or the rest of the world. The worst thing is that of all places in the global south, they saw Africa as a knowledge or science dry zone of the world. They considered Africa as the science Sahara desert of the world. But that is completely false and untrue. Africa has a great, amazing knowledge heritage. I mean, you would not believe in almost every field in the science, all right, the Africans have created amazing knowledge. In mathematics, in physics, in chemistry, in philosophy, in the arts, in architecture, in all fields, Africa has created extraordinary knowledge. If Africa is the origin of humanity and negative data started with slavery over 500 years ago, surely all the thousands of years of history before that cannot be empty. So we need to look back to feed forward from that long memory any of the learning we can excavate about Africa. So we had African science, we have Dogon science from Mali, and we have to reject the Greece is the origin of science. It's actually Africa that's the origin of science. And this has been actually done by people. It's a guy called Martin Bernal, has written a book called Black Athena, Needham, Frank, and all others, Ivan Sertima, all of them have written on Black science. Very interesting things about how from Africa, extraordinary knowledge has been created. So we cannot Europolitanize the world. There's also African origin. We should Africanize it. The knowledge that has been created in Africa should be acknowledged, not see Africa as a knowledge Sahara desert by preferring Eurocentrism and Europolitanism and so on. But let Africa create Africanism and then the African cosmopolitanism. In other words, that's even globally, we could also generate a very rich African value with our Ubuntu and with our math, with extraordinary principles and values, with our associational values. We can make a huge difference in the world. I just want to give you some examples of the sciences that were created from Africa. A great example you should all know is what is called the binary logic mathematics. This binary logic mathematic, if you give me about an hour or so, I can give you how we can describe it. It is actually a mathematics. This was an ancient mathematics demonstrates that Africans use binary logic of mathematical calculation, which is similar to today's Internet Explorer and other computer bases. The entire Internet world, the mathematical logic system came from Africa. In fact, this was acknowledged now recently. A revealing, amazing method of mathematical calculation was released by the BBC4 with the commentaries from the Open University in the United Kingdom. It's not, in fact, Africans that acknowledged it. Eventually, it's even the Western countries that promote Eurocentrism have eventually admitted that the mathematical system, which is called binary logic mathematics, actually, right, came from Africa. There are now two global economies, the real and virtual. The binary logic of mathematics used for the internet world was used by Ethiopian mathematics. Sorry. Sorry. I'm in a meeting now. Can I talk to you later? Okay, sorry. Sorry. So just someone calling me. Sorry. This mathematical system originated from the ancient African country called Ethiopia. Ethiopia was called Kamat, ancient Egypt, and at the same time Ethiopia. That name is the same. Africa, or they are all the same names. So it has come from that, and we have created our own calendar, our own alphabet, language, many things we have created, and then we still have it in Ethiopia. All these things exist. So and this binary logic mathematics is one of the most interesting one that has been done. But I could give you the examples, the mathematical system. I can show it to you, but it will take me many things. But there are also other examples from mathematics. Proto-Maths, Lombobo born from South Africa, Swaziland, certified in Eshango born in the Congo, the DRC Congo now, and ancient Amos, read mathematical Pyrus, Sona geometry Angola, symmetrical, nonlinear, basis for new mathematical ideas like mirror curves and various classes of matrices, cycles, cylinder, helix. All these have been done from Africa. African fractal mathematics, Western Central Africa, repeating geometric patterns at various scales used in textiles, paintings, sculpture, cosmologies, architecture, town planning. Fractals as a basis of the World Wide Web have also been done from Africa. Binary logic also for computation and metaphysics have also been done. And then in other examples from physics, chemistry, and engineering. In physics, mechanics, and engineering, the level, the screw, the Archimedes principle. Anteo Diop has done it. He's a nuclear physicist. And then Abdu Momoni Dofo, the solar physicist, and Eduardo Ajesu, the botanist, all of them have described it. Chemistry, metallurgy, ceramics, Iron Age, Southern Africa, metallurgy of iron, steel, Benin, bronze, indigenous artisanal mining, all this in different parts of Northern Africa, Western Africa. Medicine and astronomy, Impote, father of medicine, first woman surgeon. Imagine our women are amazing. The first woman surgeon was a woman, and Pesehest is her name. And Charles Drew, blood transfusions were made. Astronomy, ancient Egypt, solar calendar, Dogon, Cyrus B, and then Benjamin Banker, surveyor and astronomer. And then we also have Abu Shakir, the planets in the ancient Ethiopian also, the prediction of the planets. More than 9 planets have been predicted by Africans. So African philosophy, African concept of personhood, communalism, African humanism, and it was in fact employed even now in HIV/AIDS prevention campaigns in Uganda and Senegal, Gacha, reconciliation in Rwanda after the genocide there, and critical revival, Sankofa science, social inclusive science, applied to study of stem cell research in California. All of them have been done. Environmental philosophy, again, eco-bio communitarianism, ethics of care, ethics of nature relatedness, and also for solar and important energy policy, and also epistemology, unifying spirit, values, beliefs, and knowledge of nature and humans have also been done. There has been serious acknowledgement by Western research universities about what Africa have created. Africans also have originated many scientific discoveries. Evidence has been acknowledged by astronomers and engineers from Western research universities that in many major inventions, documented contributions have been made by Africans. Carbon steel was made 2,000 years ago in Tanzania. Astronomical observations in the Mali of the Dogons have been acknowledged by Carl Siegel of Cornell University. Language, mathematical systems, architecture, agriculture, cattle rearing, navigation of inland waterways, open seas, medicine, and communication, writing systems, in all these fields, Africans have been inventors. So in astronomy, Ethiopia, Abu Shakar, the spiritual book from the Ethiopian Orthodox Church, predicts more than 9 planets, also said to have fractal mathematics. Unfortunately, we do not have access to the spiritual book. And what is very fascinating is that a lot of these manuscripts, ancient manuscripts, are taken by, they're all over in Europe, in France, in Italy, in America, in Canada, or Germany, everywhere, and Scandinavia, and so on. They are taken, and they take them. In fact, I read in the British Library in Oxford, King's Cross. There's a library, big library. There's, I must tell you that there's a German wrote in 9 pages saying that all the pharmaceutical knowledge that the Germans got, they got it from Ethiopia. They say from the ancient manuscripts that the Ethiopians have recorded, and that's how they found it. That's what they said. Also in agriculture, African knowledge in agriculture is very rich. This has been recognized and acknowledged fully by the US Academy of Science in 1996, that Africa has more native cereals than any other continent. It has its own species of rice, as well as finger millet, fonio, peral millet, sorghum, teff, guinea millet, and several dozen wild cereals whose grains are eaten. This is a food heritage that has fed people for generations, possibly stretching back to the origins of humankind. It's also a local legacy of genetic wealth upon which a sound food future might be built from Africa. But strangely, it has been bypassed in modern times. Forward-thinking scientists are starting to look at the old cereal heritage with unbiased eyes. Peering past the myths, they are waiting in the shadows, a storehouse of resources whose qualities offer promise, not just to Africa, but the world. The Ethiopian crop teff is treated as medicine. It has still great potential to be the nutrition for healthy living for all of Africa. Food security in Africa should not be in doubt at all. Please, you could find this in the book I did with some friends from Denmark and Sweden. We call it Putting Africa First, The Making of African Innovation Systems. It was written by Aalborg University Press from Denmark in 2003. Please read it from page 43 to 61. You'll find all these things. Africa is the origin of universities. It's not Europe. The first university in the world was African. The Al Qarun University was founded by an African woman in Fez, Morocco in 859 AD. The Guinness Book of World Records says so. It's not me who is saying this. The second university in the world is also said African. Al-Azhar University in Egypt, built in 1969 AD, which still exists today. In Europe, the University of Bologna was the first university was made in 10,080 AD, 229 years after the first university by the African woman first started. You could read. I did this in newafricanmagazine.com. Need Africa Center Innovation Systems by Professor Mamamuchi. You can see if you go to New Africa, you'll find what I did. So Africa is and has to be the source of origin of many things. If it's the origin, paleontological verdict, Africa is the origin of humanity. Knowledge heritage, all the sciences, mathematics, astronomy, and the first university is African. Philosophical heritage, spiritual, humane, associational, Ubuntu, math, all these things, Sankofa, many things like that now we have created. Huge, extraordinary knowledge that is spiritual knowledge that can not only save Africa, the whole world is originated from Africa. And then, of course, we have spiritual heritage also, what we call Ethiopianism movement that was created in America. In 1829, they created the first Ethiopia Manifesto, saying that don't treat us like commodities, don't sell us, buy us, sell us. No, we are Ethiopians because the way they understood Ethiopia is Ethiopia stretched their hands unto God. They understood it to mean that we are not to be treated like objects and commodities. That's very, very powerful. And it's a great movement. It's like a spiritual public good that came from the name Ethiopia, because Ethiopia remained independent when all the slavery, colonialism, imperialism, and neocolonialism is now on us, but hasn't left us completely and still rejecting us. But at the same time, we resisted it. That resistance is an amazing experience. So I think some of the just examples is Africa, origin of science should never be ignored to move forward. It can be acknowledged as a foundation of Western science. Eurocentric science must be rejected and resisted. And I think what we have failed to do is from kindergarten to tertiary level, we Africans should revamp and decolonize the whole education system. Also use the African language to develop the scientific knowledge frontier. All knowledge need to be curriculum with the inclusion of the African knowledge heritage and origin fully acknowledged. That is the one thing we have missed, we have not done. And I think the learning and knowledge that we have is at the most but little compared with that of which we are ignorant about Africa. So we should all, I appeal to all of you to never cease to be students, to learn, relearn, and excavate, and find out and discover the knowledge that has been created by Africa. Never tired to learn new things that are originated from Africa. And I think I like you to be the new library by becoming old African knowledge persons to really remove all the inferiorizing that Eurocentrism has imposed on Africa by lying, by actually stealing the knowledge that was created from Africa. So I really like you to understand this, and I hope you understand what I mean, and I hope this is a message about Eurocentrism. All right, to acknowledge the science, that was created by us. As long as we understood that is very important. Let's now really create a new African enlightenment, a new spiritual and humane associational value that we have, and bring back all the science, the mathematics, the astronomy that has been done from Africa. And I think that's basically what I suggest for all of you, for all of us. And I hope this message is good enough for us to develop. But the most important point I want to say is we have still a problem in Africa. We still are suffering from that era of the 500 years negative era has not been completed for Africa as a whole. It has not been completed even in America. What I hear, what I see, the number of people that are in jail and in parole are more than that are living without jail and parole. That's what I see with what African Americans are facing, which is very, very sad. What I'm simply saying to you that we Africans have not yet completely decolonized ourselves. We need to enter the post-colonial era. To do that, we need unity, but the unity must come with a positive, appreciating all the things that have been rejected, the knowledge heritage, the spiritual heritage, all the struggle heritage, that we should combine it together and build strong trust to bring a decolonized, a fully liberated Africa with unity. That we need to do. And I think that is the mindset has to change. The paradigm shift has to be created. And then that shift should come by all of us acknowledging that Africans are the originators. To be honest with you, the greatest geniuses have been created in Africa. And then that has to be recognized by all of us and appreciated. And then we move on and really move faster to make sure to unite Africa the best way we can, soon and now, not tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Asante sana.
Oh, thank you so much. That was so insightful. I think a culture can never be changed without changing the mindset. So thank you so much. We have to change our paradigm shift. We have to grow and embrace the new now. So we are quite privileged, said, to have you sharing with us. And I think we are running a bit behind time. We're just gonna also ask the speakers to also kind of like adhere to the time allocated to each speaker. We are really having an insightful session, and thank you so much. We are learning quite a lot. Diana, do you have any contributions before I introduce the next speaker?
No, it was great. I agreed. And one of the arguments I've always said is when they talk about Greece and they're like the starts of Greece and the sun, like just remember they were taught by Africans. So and he just put a stamp on it. That's all.
That's wonderful. That's wonderful. Professor, thank you so much. You are a blessing to Africa. Thank you so much. Such a paramount topic you had to tackle there. We appreciate you. Thank you. Asante sana. So we're going to introduce the next speaker, Dr. Unati Makiwane. Is a family physician with over 15 years experience, keynote speaker, a health talk host, health and certified transformation life coach focusing on men's health and children's mental health. She's currently pursuing her MBA in business and corporate communications. She's the founder of United Medical Clinic and Dr. M Health Corner in Canada. Outside a clinical practice, she's involved in the community with mental health projects, working with immigrant services, Calgary schools, private and public organizations. She's also the president and the co-host of Black Mental Health Matters, weekly show for United States of Africa, a wing of Global Pan-Africanism Network. She's quite active on social media, educating the public on preventative medicine and mental health. Welcome, Dr. Unati. It is an honor to have you sharing with us this evening on the grand finale. And over to you.
Hello, everyone. Precious, can you hear me?
You loud and clear. I can hear you.
I'm unable to hear you.
Can you hear us now, Doctor?
I can't hear you, ladies.
Can you hear us?
You might need to log in back. You might need to log back in.
Volume.
Yeah, I might have to exit and come back in. It happened to me earlier today, and no technical difficulties.
I cannot hear you. Really?
Look at the chat.
Is anyone able to communicate that to Dr. Unati for her to log out and come back in?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
I can't hear you at all.
We can hear you.
Okay. As long as you guys can hear me, that's what matters. Thank you so much. I am so happy to be here. Hello, Diane. Hello, Precious. Today, I want us to talk about something that I'm passionate about. Our health is important as entrepreneurs. And generally, I mean, the pandemic came and oh my gosh, it changed our lives. But today, I want us to look at how can we improve our lives. More than anything, we need to start here. Our mental health is important before we could commit to our businesses and be present. So I'm not going to take our time here. I'm going to jump on right away to our discussion. Today, my discussion is about stress management. How do we manage our stress in these hard times? All right. So basically today we're talking about stress management for entrepreneurs during and post COVID-19. Before we delve into it, I want us to look at mental health according to the definition by World Health Organization. We basically have this wonderful definition whereby mental health is defined as a state of well-being in which an individual realizes his or her own abilities, can cope with the normal stresses of life, can work productively and fruitfully, and is able to make contribution to his or her community. All right. I have this really cool entrepreneur's life model that I came up with. This one. So basically, it starts with knowing who you are as an entrepreneur or as a business person, or whoever you are in your business or in your plans. You just need to know who you are. Do you have passion of what you are working on? Some people, they have the ideas, and some of them are asked by their parents to be doctors, but they don't have passion. So you want to have passion for whatever you pursue. It's very important. And of course, your skill set. Some people, they might have the passion, but they don't have the skills. If you want to pursue agriculture, we have shortage of food in Africa or globally. You want to get into those agricultural skills, go for training if you have to go through that so that you know what you're doing. It's very important. And of course, financial pool. This is usually the main cause of why businesses fail, when you do not have enough funds for what you are about. So it's always important to have that capital and also your running costs. You want to have it. When you open a business, at least minimum, you want to have money that will run your business for 6 months without stressing about where you're going to get your money for rent if you have a place of work. But nowadays with the COVID-19, we have online businesses, but you want to have your ongoing costs here. And of course, business conferences like we are having right now, it's important to come together as business people to come and draw strength from each other, draw ideas, collaborate. This is a really good space Dan created for all of us. And of course, don't forget your relationships and your health. I'm here to emphasize that. You need to make sure that you nurture your relationships if you are married, or your family just in general, or those relationships, your friends. Don't ignore them when you pursue your business. It's easy for entrepreneurs to focus on that when they are busy building their businesses. So you need to nurture this, and your health, you cannot ignore your health, because what's the point of making all the millions and then you die from neglecting your health? So it's important to make sure that your health is good. Faith. I'm a Christian, and I'm pretty sure here we come from all diverse faith beliefs. Nurture your faith or draw strength from it, because businesses or being an entrepreneur is not an easy journey. You know, you get discouraged. So you need a place of safety and also to draw your strength from. I believe strongly in that. I've seen God working in my entrepreneurship, in my book. You want to have that. I'm not going to mention which one you want to choose. Don't forget to play. I work hard, but I play harder. So, you know, it's very important. A lot of times business people, they work. There's no time to play. There's no time to enjoy the money they are making. They neglect their hobbies. You know, you need to nurture this, because that's where also when you are in your relaxed state, your relaxed mode, this is the time where you become more creative, and also just getting together with your buddies and also just family. You know, if you are a person who loves holidays, take time off. I know that we don't have holidays, but you need to have that time off yourself and to be creative, and also, you know, to be with other people who have the same interests and mentors. You know, you can't do this business alone. You want to have people that you look up to, and of course, people who have done this before, who have success stories. You definitely want to have such people in your life. I always say, you become the average of the 5 people you spend time with. So make sure you always strive to have relationships with people that are bigger than you and who are dreamers, who have success rates. And of course, that these people, you can learn a lot from them because they've been there before. They will tell you their failing stories, their success stories. So you need that. And if you don't follow this entrepreneurial life model, unfortunately, things could happen. There's these early warning signs that I thought, let me bring them up. You become irritable. Stress can cause irritability. Poor concentration and memory is something we see in our clinics. Alcohol and drug abuse, you suddenly drink a lot, or you abuse drugs, you experiment with new drugs. Or I'll talk about men specifically. I've seen men, when they struggle with depressive symptoms, they have anger spells. They become aggressive sometimes. So their presentation is not as clear like women. So, and then you start seeing them drinking a lot more, they doing drugs, or when they come to us with depressive symptoms, you have to be very tactful of nursing them. You unpack their stories, because people with depression have headaches, most especially men. Like I said, men, they would present with headaches, upset stomach, back pains, and then they start asking for these pain medications. And then that's when they go towards the addiction spectrum. So you need to be very tactful and able to be a good listener. Anger spells, anger outbursts. People are angry when the business is not doing well. There's a pandemic right now. People are feeling helpless. They cannot go out there and advertise their businesses in person. So this can cause a lot of stress in your body and relationships, a lot of conflicts. We know here in Canada, we have that, there's a high rate of divorces right now because people are not working, people lost jobs. There's a lot of stress now in families. So we need to be very careful. And like I said in the beginning, we need to nurture our relationships, right? And then suddenly you withdraw from people, or you even withdraw from your interests. Like I said, if maybe you're a person who loves sports, suddenly you don't want go out with your girls, you don't be with them because you are really stressed and sometimes depressed. Low libido, you're intimate with your partner, you have no interest, you have no desire. Stress can be very hard on our bodies, so it can really take away interest. And sex is beautiful, it brings you that happiness in your body if you do it safely, obviously, right? So that's the most important thing to understand, the concept of what it does to your body. There's, endorphins, all these happy hormones we release. And of course, your appetite changes. You can eat a little bit less or a little bit more. Negative thoughts, suddenly you don't want to do this business anymore. You are thinking that you are a failure, you don't want to be here anymore, and sleep is also affected. You can sleep a little bit more or less. You are stressing about what's going to happen the next day, what's going to happen to your businesses. Research tells us that lots of times businesses fail between 2 to 5 years. So these are the issues that happen when you did not have a good planning and good financial pool when you started your business. You could have a good idea, but you didn't have good financial pool. And then suddenly your energy is low, and anhedonia is basically loss of interest. Things that you used to enjoy doing, activities, suddenly you lose the interest. And of course, depressed mood or mood swings, anxiety, panic attacks. If you don't have that money to put that rent up, and you have some conflicts with your landlord, or just generally, you just feeling the uptightness, feeling unhappy suddenly, and you are excessively worrying about the situation, the current affairs. No one knows what's going to happen with this after post-COVID phase. People are scared for their businesses, but you just need to pivot. People have turned their businesses now online. So you need to be in touch with people who have started these things and get the information and ideas from them. And sometimes we do see suicidality in business people, because it can be an isolated lifestyle, because you are busy working on your business, you are working on your goals, and it's easy to disappear from life, and you could have all these suicidal thoughts, and some people, they even commit suicide. I just wanted to bring up all this beautiful picture here and see how bad stress can cause changes in our bodies. It's basically the summary of what I was saying here. And of course, management, I always say, get help immediately. Don't delay. Those symptoms I mentioned, if they are ongoing for 2 weeks and longer, go see your physician, your doctor, so that you can be checked. You know, stress can change a lot of things in our bodies. We can change hormonally. Some people, they start getting thyroid disease. You know, your thyroid could be underactive, it could be overactive, and probably the reason why you are anxious or you are tired or you are depressed is because your thyroid is off a bit. So it's important to go and check with your doctor, you know, and be checked, and medical conditions to be ruled out. Burnout is a diagnosis, by the way, by World Health Organization. They've added it because we see a lot of people having burnout because they are not taking a break. So management, I love this slide. Unplug, you know, take a break from your business. That's where you start getting more creative, and also just, you need to breathe. You need to breathe, and please sleep enough. I can't overemphasize this. You need at least 7 to 8 hours. Adults need 7 to 8 hours of sleep to rejuvenate. And of course, exercise and healthy diet. You know, entrepreneurs, business people, they tend to be on the go all the time, and they tend to eat out all these foods. You know, I'm not going to mention specifically the type of foods, but people tend to eat a lot of these greasy foods. Unfortunately, these could lead to long-term complications like heart attacks. You know, your cholesterol could be up from just eating unhealthy. So be mindful. I always say mindfulness is important. And of course, be in the present moment. You know, mindfulness meditation is important while we're on the go. Always bring yourself to your core. Be present. It's like also when you are eating, be present, focus, put your phone down and focus on the food and enjoy the beautiful food in front of you. You know, take those deep breaths. It's very important to take those deep breaths. Give your body some break and oxygen. Breathe the beautiful oxygen out there. And of course, some people, they love yoga, Pilates, things like that. And I mentioned faith. You want to be in touch with people that are of the same faith, people that would encourage you when days are dark, because business lifestyle is tough. You know, being an entrepreneur is not easy. Not everyone is meant to be. So you need people that would encourage you during your dark days to keep you going. And positive affirmations. I don't leave my house without telling myself that today is going to be a good day, right? I'm a physician. I always say, what can I do today to make someone's life beautiful or better? So those are the things that I look forward to my days. And this is not to ignore it when I'm tired and feel depleted. You also want to listen to your body. When your body needs a break, it's like a car. Without gas, your car can't move. So we always need to rejuvenate. Hydration, don't forget to keep hydrated. Drink water. A lot of times people tend to drink that pop, always drinking Coke, which later on could affect your health. You know, a lot of sugar is not good for you, you know. And of course, if you feel like you are depleted, you feel like you cannot do this anymore as a role. One time, actually, I was interviewing a psychologist and a social worker, and they said families nowadays in this 21st century who do not have a counselor or psychologist, they are not getting it right at all. So you need one for yourself, you need one for your family, a place where you can always go and check in. You know, these people, they really help us. They help us with our blind spots. You know, sometimes because you are on your go, you're always busy, maybe you are stealing away from your family time. This could actually be hard on your spouse or your partner or your children if you're a parent. So these are the type of people that help us. They are more objective. They will slow us down. When a lot of people are workaholics, because, you know, when you're a business person and entrepreneur, you're a dreamer. You want to make life changes out in the world. You're basically a life changer out there, which is beautiful. But unfortunately, a lot of times people, they don't know how to do that balance. So it's important for us to have that balance and check in, you know, with our counselors or psychologists. Thank you so much. I enjoyed being here. These are my details. If you want to get in touch with me, I'm available on Facebook, LinkedIn, Instagram, and YouTube. Thank you so much. I enjoyed being here.
Wow. That was so good. That was so good. I really enjoyed it. So practical, so relevant. I think as entrepreneurs, particularly, sometimes we find ourselves feeling drained, and I think this really resonated with me. Thank you so much. Short, sweet, profound, so needed by many of us. Any comments? Thank you so much. Short, sweet, profound, so needed by many of us. Any comments? Thank you so much. Short, sweet, profound, so needed.
I don't want to do it echoing.
Any comments? Thank you so much. Short, sweet.
Okay. I don't, maybe we just need one of her things to close and then we can bring her back up. That's just causing the echoing. So I just don't know how to close it.
I think someone was playing the YouTube on the background.
In the back, yeah. I didn't want to lose her, but I did want to say that I am a big component of health as an entrepreneur, but just as it coming from the health world, period, and nutrition is a big part of what I campaign for, especially now. So I took homage to what she was talking about, eating right, thinking about nutrition. That's a big deal. That sustains us for any and everything we're going to do. So thank you for that information. And I'm sorry that technical difficulties happen. But we can, I guess, go on to our next speaker. But I just want to quickly say thank you to Tuna Cheki, and who else do we have? We have the Council of the Ethiopian Diaspora. I'm saying it off the top of my head.
We have YouTube as well.
It's YouTube as well. And I just wanted to say thank you to them. I know I missed two. If you have the list, the real estate company as well. So Kwame Ganza, he is a director of media and public relations. Kwame, I'm gonna get these names, I promise you. Renua Ideology Institution. He's executive board of Africa 50/50 States and Rapid Africa Plan. His topic: the relevance of Pan-African unity and action with history in content. So let's see if we can find. Oh, there you go. Kwame, tell me your last name, please.
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you so much, Diana.
Yeah. Can you pronounce your last name for me, please?
It is Kwame Gonza.
Gonza. Okay, so that was part of your company, but okay, I did it well. Thank you, Kwame. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thank you so much to you and Precious. Thank you for having me today. I want to applaud all the speakers who have been on. They have really handled great topics, very, very important information for us. I've been listening in to Dr. Browder, Professor, and the doctor who has just gone out just right now. What I want to talk about today is the relevance of history, and then I want to contextualize that into what is happening today. How is our history as Africans all over the world relevant to today as Pan-Africanists? As you have introduced me, my name is Kwame Gonza. I work with the Kwame Nkrumah Ideological Institute as the Director of Media and Public Relations. I'm also on the board of the Rapid Africa Plan and Africa 55 States and a couple of other Pan-African organizations. I have a program which I appear on with a brother of mine in the UK on Galaxy Afiwi every Tuesday. And in that, I normally speak about Pan-Africanism and what is happening with our continent. Now, I'll go straight to history as we have seen Africa and the problems it is going through. But where did our problems really start from? Our problems, I see that they started about 600 years ago in what I call the invasion of Africa. So there is around 3 stages which I see that I have called the modern emancipation timeline of Africa. When Africa was invaded by the Europeans in around 1400 up to 1800, when Haiti got its independence. Haiti got its independence in 1804. 1804, but they started agitating for that independence in 1791. That was Haiti. So from 1400 up to 1800, it took them around 400 years. That was when they fought and got independence. But then to agitate for this independence, Haiti took around 13 years, from 1791 to 1804. So that is the period I call the first stage of African emancipation, or modern African emancipation. That is when Haiti got its independence. And then this process, this act of Haitian independence is the one which led to the abolition of slavery. Now, when we go to the second emancipation, which I call the second modern emancipation, this emancipation came from 1884 up to 1957. In 1957, we got the first, independent country from colonialism in the Gold Coast by Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. You know, when our people fought for independence in Haiti and got it, and slavery was abolished, these Europeans, they went back in 1884 and they partitioned Africa for colonialism after this slavery went away. Now, that period from 1884 to 1957 took us a period of around 73 years. Remember, I told you that slavery took a period of 400 years, but independence, it took us around 73 years from 1884 to 1957. So I hope I'm not confusing people there. I hope people will get me very clearly. So what I'm trying to show is that the period within which we got our independence reduced drastically. And this was due to the fact that we went ahead. We went ahead to notice that there was weakness in imperialism. It did not have enough, power as before. In the 14th century up to the 17th century, they were very powerful. They controlled Africa, the bodies, the resources, and everything. When they lost the control of the bodies, they came to control the land, that they could not control the bodies again. So now the period in which we are right now is the period of neocolonialism. So this period, I call it the period in which colonialism ascended to the throne, or consolidated its position. It was in 1966 when Dr. Kwame Nkrumah was overthrown. When Kwame Nkrumah was overthrown, because he was the most avid, opponent of neocolonialism or imperialism that time, that is when I call that this period is when neocolonialism or imperialism consolidated its position on the African continent. And from 1966 up to now, it has been around 55 years. So remember, I told you that the first emancipation took us 400 years to realize that we need independence. And then the second emancipation, took us 73 years. Now we have been at it again for more than 54 years. So what does this tell us today? It tells us today that we need to start agitating for this, the overthrow of neocolonialism in the African continent. But how are we going to do this? This means that we as a people, we need to start unifying ourselves, especially the Pan-African bodies. We need to start working together in a more determined way. When you look at Global Pan-African Congress, when you look at a Global Pan-African Network, when you look at organizations like Kwame Nkrumah Ideological Institute, when you look at organizations like ADDI, PLO Lumumba Foundations, all these organizations need to start coming together in a more strategic way, in a more coordinated way, so that we can rescue the continent from the yoke of neocolonialism which it is facing right now. It is not going to be easy, but we have to use history as the guiding light to move forward, because it is not going to be easy, but we have to try and move forward and do it and face it. Now, why can we be able to do it? When you look at programs like the Rapid Africa Plan, it looks at the fact that Africa can be reconstructed in the next 40 years to a leading GDP of, for example, $60 trillion. The African Union estimates that Africa, in 2063, Africa will be, the GDP will be around 30 trillion. But the Rapid Africa Plan, because it was planned, it was crafted by Africans, it says that Africa can be double that GDP and it can be to 60 trillion. But these figures, they cannot come about if we don't work together as Pan-Africanists, to charter a way, to charter a new way, to focus our energies. And many people I know may say that how can we achieve it with 54 presidents already on the continent, and all of them, they have different ideas. But I would like to remind those skeptics that in Africa, when you look at 1945, when the first Manchester conference, Pan-African conference, was held in Manchester, the whole continent was under colonialism. But the simple act of people sitting together in Manchester sparked, the independence of Africa, sparked, the desire for people to be independent. And when Dr. Kwame Nkrumah came back to the Gold Coast, independence immediately was, was implemented from 1945, 1957. That was a period of around 12 years. Remember, I told you in Haiti also, they took around 13 years of agitation. Independence during Dr. Kwame Nkrumah's time, they took a period of around 12 years. So I fathom that from now, if we start right now to agitate in a period of 12 years from now, I believe that we can redeem Africa from the, from the yoke of neocolonialism going forward, and we can be able to reconstruct it within a period of less than maybe 30 years to a leading economy in the world. Why can we do this? Japan has done it, South Korea has done it, China has done it in less than 30 years, Singapore has done it. So we just need to bring our resources together and start reconstructing and rebuilding our Africa. But first of all, it has to be the Pan-African forces which have to come together and craft a strategy of bringing about a new system, a new era, new ways of looking at how Africa should work for the Africans and not for the Europeans, not for the Indians, not for the Russians, not for the British, not for the Americans, not for the Chinese, but for the Africans and Africans all around the world. So with this, I would like to bring to end my presentation, unless there is any questions which are to come my way, so that we can save time. Thank you very much.
I thank you very much, especially being a Haitian American, and speaking on the fact of how hard and how long we did fight. But its ability is there. It's just we need to find our ability to do it now. You know what I mean? But I do appreciate that because, again, that was West Africans who quintessentially did that. You know what I mean? So, and Dahomey women, and and some of the Taninos that weren't killed there. So, I appreciate that, and it's true. And I hope we can find our way in this to unify this and make this happen in the 2021.
Yes.
But
yes.
And hopefully we can find a way to get to you again. If you want to just say it real quick before leaving us, but we appreciate your time and words.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much. We'll be glad to work together, and I thank you also, you guys, for organizing this conference, whereby our people get to learn and understand where we are today and where we are from historically as a people. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Much appreciated. So, okay, guys, that was amazing. Our next speaker is actually a poet. Her name is Jacqueline Waziri. I'm going to get these names, I promise myself. She's a UK-based writer, poet, author of Moana, and her poetry collection from Tanzania. So let me put it in. And she's gorgeous. Okay. You look beautiful.
And so are you. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome. The stage is yours.
Thank you so much. Yes, thank you for that introduction. So my name is Jacqueline Waziri, and I am a UK-based writer, poet, and the author of Moana poetry collection, and I am from Tanzania. I am also the CEO of Tanzanite Events, which highlights and portrays artists and entrepreneurs from Tanzania through art and their talents that they have. First of all, I want to say it's a great honor to be here on the grand finale of Africa Conference celebrating African History Month. Yes, it's been amazing listening to the great conversations, the necessary conversations for us. So it's a great honor. I'm going to start with who am I, what do I do, and what do I hope from what I do to achieve to our community and our people. So I have this gift of poetry and writing, and I thought to myself, what can I do to make an impact to our community through my gift of poetry? So the answer was very simple. I need to write down stories of who I am, journeys of experiences that I've been through as a young Black woman, as a Black girl from Africa, from Tanzania, and share those stories with the community, and to share the stories with our youth, the African youth. So what I do is I try to convey that and give an identity to, not give an identity, but to let our children, let our youth feel that they are somebody and they can accept who they are and love who they are. So I'll be sharing a few poems with you today from my book, Moana. So I'll be sharing a few poems so you can understand what I'm trying to do. And the purpose of this book is to bring light and healing to our community, to our mentors, to our leaders, so that they can be able to encourage our youth, who are the future generation, who are going to rebuild our Africa, their motherland. So I'm going to be sharing one poem from my book, Moana, which is called Tanzanite. And then I'll be sharing another poem which I've written recently, as I'm from Tanzania, and Tanzania lost our president. the name of Mr. John Pombe Magufuli. And I think as a poet, our voices must remain relevant and current to the society. So I will start with a short poem from my book called Tanzanite, very short one. Okay, if I can find it. Perfect. My earth skin till 6 feet under, for you hold light of birth. My dear melanin so ancient, stained by grace, diverse shades of complexion. I treasure you dear, my body of kingdom, civilization. I'll read that one more time because I think I rushed it there. So this is called Tanzanite. My earth skin till 6 feet under, for you hold light of birth. My dear melanin so ancient, stained by grace, diverse shades of complexion. I treasure you dear, my body of kingdom, civilization. Oh, darkness shining, low skin, dig me deep diamond. So that's one of my poems called Tanzanite from my collection Wana, which gives a sense of our who we are, our earth skin, so that youth, the Black youth, the African youths can feel an identity and a connection of their journey, my journey, and they know that they have a place in society. So that's from my book Moana. I will also be sharing another poem which I wrote, as I said before, for our president, as it is very relevant for me as a poet to share my voice for Tanzania and for Africa, as our president was not just for Tanzania, but he was a revolutionary thinker for the whole of Africa. So this poem is dedicated to President John Pombe Magufuli. Sadness is falling, tears of pain. You have carried the power of life. I believe in the faith of Tanzanians before you. First God, who believed in you as a carrier of our vision. It must work. You never lacked miracles. It must resurrect. Oh, sadness falling, tears of strength. I call you again and again. God has taken you back. No, his work is not finished, and his luggage he gave you is not complete. At front doors of Tanzanians, we call you again and again. Sadness is falling, tears of hope. There where you rest, down to earth soul hero, your silence grew the weak. Father and son of Africa, you ran a good race. Great cloud stands over Africa, heart-warming humanist. Tanzania is peaceful. Lala salama, rest peacefully. Sadness is falling. Tears for change. Your name shall be written forever. Hayati John Pombe Magufuli. So that poem was dedicated to the great president, late President John Pombe Magufuli of Tanzania, who was doing great work. And I thought it was very necessary and important that we shared our voices to Africa. We shared our voices to our community, and because we will see that many stories will be changed, but we know how we are, where we come from. So it's important that we share our voices and write and read, and that's the only way that we will go forward. So in short, I am Jacqueline Waziri, the author of Wana Poetry Collection and poet from UK, from Tanzania. And if you want to visit me or on my website, it's jacquelinewaziri.com, and on my social media platforms, it's Jacqueline Waziri. Thank you so much. It's been great to be here.
Thank you, Jacqueline. What a leader. The president who just passed on, he was remarkable. We honor him in his absence. Quite a revolutionary indeed. And thank you so much for paying such a beautiful tribute to him. What an amazing man. And you are doing amazing work. We would like to appreciate you and honor you for taking time to just share these beautiful poems that you have. We pray that they continue as well to change the African narrative, impart the next generation, the current generation, even the older generation. Thank you, Jacqueline.
Thank you so much.
Diana. So we're gonna have our next speaker. Hi, Diana.
Mm-hmm.
Our next speaker is Dr. Kevin Washington, and he's going to take us through the topic, the restoration of African humanity. His bio, I'm just gonna do an intro of his bio. He's doing amazing work. I'll just do a little bit of introduction and so that I don't take much of his time. He's an African-centered psychologist licensed in Florida and Washington, D.C. He has taught or lectured at several colleges and universities nationally and internationally. He's a National Alliance to End Homelessness, Roland Martin, Nick Cannon, Boris L. Hansen Foundation, ESANS, and many other national and international organizations have sought his expertise on psychology, on Black psychological matters and leadership development. He is a past president of the Association of Black Psychologists and is currently an associate professor and head of the psychology and sociology and psychology at Grambling State University. I'm not going to read his accolades. There are many, and we honor and appreciate you, Dr. Kevin. And this is not to undermine the work and the person and the accolades that you have, but also just to try and make sure that we get the best out of you under the current time that we have. So over to you, Dr. Kevin. Thank you.
Thank you, precious Naya Rambi, and thank you, Diana Revelis, for holding it down. Thank you for creating this space. I want to thank our dear brother Daniel Mwambonu for creating this moment, this idea of African History Month. It is imperative to understand that this is an essential that any civilization, any society, any people of any worth and value engages in the process of acknowledging those that have gone before them. In the book of Ani, one of the oldest writings in the world, it says that we should always pour libation for the ancestors, and that by doing so, our children will know how to honor us when we no longer can walk the space, and that even we should pour libation when we're not at home, because it is essential to do so. And this is a moment of libation. I know that the time is short, but just simply wanted to share something around the restoration of African humanity. And Dr. Browder mentioned about the Asar set and what this is right now. I want us to understand that when we start to begin to pull the pieces together, it is like that narrative that comes out of ancient Kemet, which has in it this idea of Aset, who was able to gather the 13 pieces of Asar, her husband, that had been decimated by the evil force. And so the breaking of the bifurcating of Asar had to be put together, and Dr. Browder mentioned eloquently that the women did it. So Aset was a woman pulling the pieces together. So thank you, sisters, for pulling things together. And I want you to understand that this is one of those moments of pulling us back together again. When you begin to garner the various elements of your history, who you are and why you are and what you are, it begins to help to inform you of what it is that you have to accomplish while you're here. And so part of the title is about debunking Eurocentrism. And we must be clear that there's a fundamental function of Eurocentrism. It is to create a narrative of European superiority. We've heard several speakers say the same thing, that there has been this process by which Europeans have created a narrative that suggests that Greeks are the fathers or founders of history, and that the Greeks are the Europeans are the ones that are the originators of science and mathematics. And so we've heard eloquently over and over again that is not the truth. That to talk about metallurgy, you have to understand ancient Kemet or Egypt, or understand Africa. That if it is true that Africa, or that the earliest remains of any human beings have been found on the continent of Africa, Lake Tanganyika, and so forth. If that is the case, then the first persons to ever do anything great and wonderful would have had to have been African people. And so we must understand all of this information, all this content about the first structures, about understanding how to engage in navigating our irrigation systems, or to create the element of time. Dr. Browder and others have told us that clearly, that the measuring of the construct of time comes out of ancient Egypt or Kemet or beyond. And so this is a critical narrative that we have to understand, that we're pulling the pieces together, because when we begin to live in the vestiges of European ideology, it is then their narrative that begins to guide and govern who we are. And so it is important, because what happens is we begin to hear a lie so long that we begin to question the truth when we hear it. We hear a lie for so long that we begin to question, are we really worthy people? Are we really the first people? And the reality is that there is nothing to indicate anything other than the fact that African people were here first. So if that is the case, then all history is African history. And so the history of the world is really an African narrative. And so this idea of the restoration of African humanity is around this idea of understanding that there is a benefit to capturing and cultivating the individuals who are the progenitors of all things that have been created in this world. Let's be clear that not only did Africans measure time, but Africans also understood how to invent the first clock in America by Benjamin Banneker. Not only was it the idea of understanding growth of vegetation, but also understanding how to mine substances that now are utilized to be in our computers and so forth. And so the reality is that everything that we look at some level has been touched by the genius of African people. And the issue is that those who know about this know how to use it for their benefit. And so to create a narrative of Eurocentric superiority is one in which one can take the resources of a population and utilize it for their own wealth generation, while at the same time raping and pillaging them and leaving them, the people, depleted who actually have the resources in the first place. I want to be clear about what I just said, is that the process of this idea of Eurocentric thought is to be able to take the resources, though whether they are human and or natural, and utilize those resources to build their wealth in Europe and so forth. And as a result, then it leaves those that have been pillaged, have been raped, depleted of resources, and therefore they are deemed to be impoverished. It is no way that one can have all of the vegetation known to man, fauna, located in one space, and yet be a continent that is deprived of resources, nutrition. There's something wrong with that. There's no way that one can understand how people generate gold and tantalite to run computers and all of these things coming from one space, and yet the continent, it remains to be the most impoverished in the entire world. That is an issue of Eurocentric thought. That is the one that says that Europeans are superior to all others. And as a result of such of a narrative, that people who have all this great wealth begin to hand over that wealth to the oppressor, because they begin to believe themselves to be not worthy. And so the truth is that we've heard the truth about the African humanity. We've heard the truth about the historical nature of who we are. We've heard the truth about those who've come in to rape and pillage the country. We've heard the idea of the various elements of those who've come in, the Arabs and the others, the Europeans, and taking resources and taking the people and generating their wealth. And the issue now is, how do we restore our notion of humanity such that we begin to utilize our own strengths, our own skills and abilities to be able to understand who we are as a people, and not to belabor the concept, the ideas much longer. I just simply wanted to share that we must turn back to our ancestors and listen to their voices. And when we begin to listen to what they told us in ancient Kemet, and they told us that the first thing they said, it said that the basis of all knowledge is self-knowledge. The basis of all knowledge is self-knowledge. And that means that the first thing we must know is that we must know who we are. And this has been a major part of the journey that Daniel and others have put us on, is that they said, first of all, know your history. And they brought together so many brilliant minds. He brought so many minds together that told different parts of a story, whether they were in the UK, whether in Barbados, whether they were in South America, that they were telling the same narrative. That is, you must know that you come from a great and mighty people. And the next thing is that the basis of all love is self-love, that before you can love someone else, they let us know that you must all know how to love yourself. And that is essential in the process. And we spend more time loving someone else than we love ourselves. And so it is when we don't have that love for ourselves and love for who we are as a people that we allow others to come in and take our wealth. It is that idea that we have in many countries on the continent and other places that we allow ourselves to be bought out by the oppressors, and then they allow us to overthrow governments because they give us trinkets and shiny objects just for the moment. And so when you love yourself, there are certain things that you will and will not do. And so the basis of all love is self-love. And the first thing is that I will not let you disrespect me because there's too much to me to love. Therefore, you must back up and reorganize, reassess how you will approach me. But when you don't love yourself, you allow yourself to be run over all the time. And the next thing is that it says, man, know thyself. They wrote on the temples, man, know thyself. Man and woman, know who you are, know that you are, know why you are, know this idea that you are here for a reason, that you have a purpose. And so this is what this has been about. The restoration of African humanity has come in various narratives and stories. And understand that, as Dr. John Henry Clark says, that indeed history is a weapon. That Amos Wilson in the book called The Falsification of African Consciousness, he says that all history is psychohistory. To understand that there is a psychological imperative tied to history, that when one tells a story, a narrative, and it becomes grounded in what in people's minds, that narrative then guides and governs their reality. That we understand that the law of undoing says that the experiences of one generation becomes the history of the next. The history becomes the next generation. The idea is that when you have a certain experience in one generation, it becomes your history, and that history can become your tradition. And so we must understand how to reconnect or restructure the narrative. And I want to be clear about this. It is not about having a counter narrative to a European reality. Because when we have a counter narrative, it makes the European narrative this central one, and so we're trying to find ways to counter it, to change it. Yes, that we should debunk, right? We should be able to move things out of the way. But the reality is that we don't have to have a counter narrative. We need to just simply live on the truth of the correct narrative. That is, that when we have a corrective narrative, that we begin to say soundly and profoundly that this is who we are, that this is our historical legacy of greatness, that this is our legacy of intellect, and that you could begin to uncover it from generation to generation for thousands of years. This is what we have done as a people. Not we've impacted medicine, we've impacted music, we've impacted every aspect of life. And so we will not be denied anything. So we must know ourselves. So it says, man, know thyself. And the fourth point of 5 that I want to make is that it says that know that you are a microcosm of the macrocosm. Know that you are a small universe of the large universe. The idea here is that they were letting us know that you are just as of the earth. And understand this one thing, that the body is comprised of 3/4 water and 1/4 solid material, just as the earth is 3/4 water and 1/4 solid material. So they were already understanding that we are a small universe, as we have we are small earth, like there is earth. Inside the body, there are small things called capillaries. They look like trees, and they give out carbon dioxide. And so we understand that as they give out that we breathe in oxygen, and so the trees on the outside give off oxygen and take in the opposite. So they say that know that you are a microcosm of the macrocosm, that inside of you is the universe. And the reality is that they were saying that you are the kingdom of what all things that are divine. And so if that is the case, then live like that. And too often we live as if we are not the kingdom, and the others begin to take us and harvest us for their benefit. Not only do they harvest us for our music and rap, but they harvest us for our scientific knowledge. They harvest us for, again, the earthly resources. We're perpetually being harvested for other people's benefit, because why? We are a great and powerful people walking in divinity. And the last point is, they said in ancient Kemet, always say Anuk Asar. Every single day it was about Anuk Asar. Anuk Asar says, I am divine. That when you recognize that you are a divine force on earth, then you can live like that. You can breathe like that. You can function like that. And I want to go back and explain why this is so important. Because when you study your history, when you study the narrative of those that have come before you, when you begin to put together the pieces that suggest that your ancestors laid the foundation for what we call education in this country, that they laid the foundation for the 7 liberating arts, that they created the first universities that exist, ancient and tradition, the idea of Apeta Sut and the more modern ones in the 1960s. When you recognize this, you recognize then that they have been purveyors of knowledge a long time ago. We've heard clearly that there were professors of engineering, of professors of physics, professors of philosophy, and all of these were happening in one place. And if that is the case, then we understand that knowledge is within our DNA, and we can begin to unpack ourselves historically and find story after story that tells us the same thing. But we must be able to pour libation for our ancestors. Libation that does not come only in the form of a ritual by which we pour, but libation comes in the form of how we remember those that have come before us. We understand the idea of Ubuntu. We understand among the Zulus, our Umzabezi, performing proper ritual, the idea of making connections of things that those that have gone before us, because they even ask the question, Sawubona, which says, do you have a presence? We are present if we are connected. One of our biggest challenges as an African people is that we are disconnected because we do not pour libation in remembering and recalling the fact that our ancestors laid the foundation for what we call science, technology, engineering, mathematics, and more. We don't recognize that that there is a legacy of greatness within us, and that we begin to believe that in order for us to be saved, we must somehow cross over into some other space called the West or Europe in order to be deemed human. It matters not if they recognize my humanity or not. The idea here is that I know that I come from greatness. And so we want to make sure that we understand that this process of history, African history, is a restoration of African humanity. It allows us to be able to move beyond the narrative of the European that says that we are a backwards people. It allows us to move beyond the narrative that we hear in America that we are niggas. It allows us to move beyond the narrative that we have not contributed anything good and wonderful in the world, that we were savages. The reality is that when a population comes in and steals someone and allow and makes them work for them and beat them from sun up to sundown to choke them out by having lynchings, that is a savage people. And so Sheikh Anta Diop talked about a civilization of barbarism in his book. He mentioned the idea that if this is what you call civilization, then what is barbarism, right? And so we have to study our elders and do the libation. We have to study Ivan Van Sertima, as mentioned before, John Henry Clark. That is the libation that we perform every single day. And when we perform that libation, when we acknowledge those that have gone before us, we then can ascend into a higher form of reality. And I just want to close with a story. And the story is just simply this, that there was a king who would grant his son everything that his son desired for his birthday. And so the son said, I would love to have a statue of myself. And the father thought that was very odd, because he said, son, you know, you can have anything. Why would you just want a statue of yourself? But if that's the case, that we just give you a chance to think about it, because, you know, I am the king and I can grant you anything that you desire. And so his son came back to him a day or two later, and he says, I would love to have a statue of myself. He says, son, we never told you this. We never showed you this, but you are not like everyone else. You have a hump in your back, that you are deformed, that you're different. He says, well, if it makes you feel better, then build the statue of what I would look like without that hump in my back and place it in the garden. And the father, the king, commissioned the artisans to pull together material and built the statue of his son in the garden without the hump in his back. Every day that the son would miss his father, he would go look at the statue, look up at the statue. Days that he desired to just reflect, he would look up at the statue. Days that he wanted to think, he looked at the statue. Days he just simply wanted to get into a better understanding of his role as the prince, he would look at the statue. One day, his father came and saw him and looked at him and said, "Son, you look different." He says, "What do you mean?" He says, that hump on your back, it's gone. He said, "Yes. All you ever had to do was show an image of what I could become. I saw it and I became it." The reality is that we are image makers. And this process of African History Month is one that is taking a people that have believed themselves to be crooked, to bent over, to not be able to be erect, and to look at the statue of themselves and see themselves as a great and mighty people. Thank you all for allowing me to be a part of this. Thank you all so much for listening. And thank you for continuing to engage in African liberation. Pamoja Tutenda, together we shall win. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow.
Definitely appreciate you. Thank you so much.
It was so beautiful. Thank
Powerful.
you.
Powerful.
Thank you so much. If you can see it, you can become it.
I agree.
Thank you so much. We appreciate you, Dr. Kevin. We really are honored to hear so much wisdom and depth from your expertise and the experience, obviously. Thank you so much for taking time to be on the platform and sharing with us what's in your heart. Thank you, sir. Just as a kind reminder as well to our guests and the people that are following the grand finale, thank you for staying tuned and commenting. We still want to hear more comments and see more comments coming in. We have a panel discussion that's going to happen, and the panel will include Ashin Johnson, Dr. Kevin Washington, Prof. Mamo Muchi, Sodok Oladimej, Britain Kennedy, Kwame Gonza, Ismail Afat, and we also would like to continue thanking the sponsors. I'll mention a few. The YouTube, the real estate company. Do you want to take the other two? Tunachaki,
and the Council for Ethiopian Diaspora Action, CEDA, and the Asori Real Estate.
No, thank you so much. Yes, we are being corrected here that YouTube is not our sponsor. We take that back. Yeah, over to you, Diana.
Okay, so going through this to our next speaker, which was just there, but you have to flip the books doing this. Sodeki, I had it before. Sodaki, Oldimeji. I want to have a class with all of you guys, and I promise you, I'm going to go through a class, and I love this, but and it bothers me for my English tone. But she's the founder of the Debunk TV and International Education in and I can't read on Envoy. Guys, I'm so sorry. I'm between Global Pan-Africanism TV, GPA. I'm so sorry. Goodness, I don't know what's going on with me today. I've been better. Her topic is debunking Afrocentric lies and rewriting African history. We're going to bring her back up so I don't butcher her name again, but so she can correct me. But I don't know what's going on with my tongue today.
I think we're going to have a promo video.
Oh, actually we are, because I think we lost. Yeah, I just saw that. I'm so sorry, guys. And then you know what? It gives me a redo because I don't know what's going on with my tongue today. It's not me, guys. I promise. But we'll just do our video and we can do that again. So
That was beautiful. Proudly African, proudly beautiful.
That was like so awesome.
Africans
I was
are
back
beautiful.
here. I was back here dancing. You don't understand. I was like, wait, what?
Oh wow. I think Sodek Oladimeji is not yet online, so we're gonna introduce the next speaker for the sake of time. We're gonna have Brittany Kennedy, who is a South African model and actress living in New York City. She's the founder of Nefereti Rising Apothecary that services the public with tarot readings, live coaching sessions. All right, say I can see you are here. Let me
good evening.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes. Diana, would you want to introduce the Sodek? I think you had the profile.
Okay. Hold on one second. I'm so sorry. I didn't jump. That didn't happen with me behind the scene. Are we going to go there, or are we going to continue with?
We're gonna continue with Sodek. We're gonna continue with Sodek. Yeah.
Okay. So we'll add Sodek in. Sorry about that. Hi, Sodek.
All right.
Hi. Good evening, Say. Good evening. Thank you for being here. So he's gonna take us through debunking Eurocentric lies and rewriting African history. He's the founder of Derin TV, the international education envoy for Global Pan-Africanism Network. Over to you, Say. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much, and I apologize for the internet issue that I've been experiencing so far. It's a privilege always to be on the show. I appreciate the president of and the leadership structure in Global Pan-African Network. Personally, I want to say thank you to also Mr. Daniel Wambono and everybody who is part of the success of the show. You guys are one of the reasons why Africa has a hope. And well, without wasting much of our time, a lot have been said about debunking all these Eurocentric lies about Africa and rewriting African history. But the truth about it is that I'm a practical man, and I would love to go to practicalism. Africa, our need about for people who could build aircrafts, make changes are far more important than those people who are eloquent in speech, that can speak English, that can speak so well. All we've been doing over time is speaking. It's about time we make a move. So the question about someone who is trying to even propel this into you is that what have I done so far? Last time I checked, I was part of those people who have gone and left the shores of my country to go and install a rural library in Ghana. I'm a published author of 2 books, and I'm still working on more books in order to portray Africa in the light, in the right perspective. So whatever I'm going to be giving right now is a practical thing, workable templates. I'm not just speaking from ideology that are not workable. So first of all, we have to diverge into the meaning of some key important word in that topic. We say we want to debunk. Yes, we want to bring down. And what is African literature itself? Why is history so important? And I asked the question yesterday. I said, when you let other people write your history, who do you think the narrative will favor, and why? We have to understand why some people need to write your history, to portray, to tell you who you are. Why is it so important to them? So these are the things we have to look into in order for us to understand that when we have an intelligent enemy, we can't choose to be stupid. And it's an intellectual warfare. You can't go into an intellectual battle being apologetic one. You can't go there unprepared too. You can't go there feeling like you need to be pitied. We can't pick the pity card. So literature essence traps the basic written form Then we have the oral tradition, which emanated from Africa. So we look into the purpose of literature, and all these aspects, we have to ask ourselves why it's so important for some people in order to feed. Literature controls the psyche. So now African literature right now, when we pick up the pen, what has this aftermath affected us to be? We pick our story from the pre-colonial liberation tales literature. We have colonial literature, post-colonial literature. So I ask myself a lot of questions. Is this what we made up? Is this all we can categorize African literature to be? So who told us that all our experience must be aligned with slave experience? Why we will start our story from slave experiences? What about our existence, our core culture, who we were before the slave experience? So we need to understand why it is important for us to debunk many things that African psyche has been aligned with naturally. Even the so-called African intellectuals have aligned with this psyche, propelling white supremacy in an indirect manner. So like I said, when you have an intelligent enemy, you don't choose to be stupid. You don't argue. What you do is you pick up the ball and you play like the way they play. So there is a novel written by this guy, Joseph Conrad. He wrote the novel, he titled it Art of Darkness. And Art of Darkness is supposed to be his voyage in Africa, his experience in Africa. And he wrote a lot of things about there that as an average African, you get angry when you read them. He said that we are barbaric, we live on a tree. He said in his novel that we are accustomed to worshiping demons. Our religion is demonic. So I ask myself these questions. Is that the core essence of our African spirituality? Is that what we represent as African people? Is that truly our story? Are we people who live on the tree for real? I can see some of you right now don't even like such analogy. You don't like such description. But we can't go because they control their media. They have their people, rap, and whatever they tell their kids and everything. So there's a one-sided story that we, in some ways, we go apologetically, appealing to the fact that, oh, all we can do is any African writer, what you can portray is when some people even have to define Pan-Africanism as when you try as much as possible to just defend and defend in a way that you have to go. That's more like it's a twisted mentality when you have to go after anything white. But the truth is, we are all members of the head. And what does our literature have to portray? And what is the core essence of our African spirituality? We understand that we have our rights to choose whatever religion we want to choose, but at the expense of what? These are questions we have to ask logically. So I looked at, let me pick it from the one-sided analysis. We talk about slave narratives. We talk about protest against colonization. We talk about calls for independence. We talk about the African pride. Now, before I go to the positive side, let me touch the negative side first. So we debunk. Joseph Conrad is just a template. It's just a prototype of many kind of lies that have been told about the African people portrayed via their literature, and it is getting worse these days. That is being filmed. It has gone into the multimedia system. It has gone into the system so that racism, whatever lies that is being told about black, it's being portrayed and in an intelligent way. It's even being fostered and propelled by black people, knowingly and some unknowingly. To those who do it knowingly, it's all about the game of the highest bidder. They're ready to sell their brothers. They're ready to do whatever it is to wag tail for their masters. But to those doing it unwillingly, we talk about the uninformed ones who think they are doing what is right, who think they don't even have a clue. There's an identity crisis, and all these things we have been portrayed in literature. So you see someone, your own African child, reading book and aligned with things that are far-fetched from his or her own community, and we call that proper education. You don't talk about her land, things that are familiar to her. You are so akin to the fact that the Eurocentric lies that are being told, even though they are lies, because it is okay, it is comfortable. Some people don't want to shift their mind. So we need to attack all these things before we say we want to debunk. Yes, all these things are lies. So when we debunk, what do? Consciously, we work on those things, the lies that have been told about us, lies that are told to us. We work on them and we say, no, we are going to portray who we are, and we are going to create a dent in the world and show our own identity in an unapologetic manner. So I see a lot of people
Hello, guys. I'm sorry. Let's see if we lost him. There we go. There you are. Okay. All right. Go right back on.
Yeah. So sorry for that. It's been a very crazy network out here. So we move away from that. We talk about the protest for colonization. You know, it seems these days that we have confused leaders everywhere. Things that we need to attack. Like I said, there are two approaches to problems. I always tell my people, we have two approaches to problems. It's just like cutting the grass. You want to cut grass at your backyard, at your house. You can cut the grass from the surface, but give it time, like a little time, just a matter of a week or 2 weeks. It's gonna grow back, so you have your problem back looking at you. Or you can uproot it and you give a long-lasting solution to it. So this is what I'm trying to attack when I bring all these problems up. I'm not just trying to tell us that we are in an hopeless state. I'm not trying to reflect to us that, oh, there's nothing that can be done. But we need to be sincere to ourselves at this juncture. So we understand that from this, we know, just like a doctor will have to diagnose whatever is wrong with the patient before he or she could prescribe the right medication. So we talk about this. All these things have crept into our mentality that we can tell from what we try to even defend sometimes. So when we debunk lies, we have to debunk it from the roots that has crept into our culture, our system. Now, I just talked about the the book written by Joseph Conrad. Now, let me pick one that was written by an African, a literature that was written by an African. It's called The Blinkers by Kobina Seki. He's from Ghana. Blinkers by Kobina Seki. You would understand from that play that this is someone who naturally wanted to align with all these European ideology and lifestyle, but something happened to the writer. It was something that had to leave him in a state that, oh, it's either he embraced his Africanity or nothing else, or he is a stupid man. This is a matter where the ship capsized, so people were drowning. So a rescue team came and rescued him. Then there was a white man on board that says, "Why will you rescue a black man when white people are dying?" And this is how important our life seems to be in the hands of those people that we think that we can defend and we trust our life on. So I'm not trying to play a racial card here. I'm just trying to be sincere with my people. It is until we become sincere with ourselves that we can say, okay, we can prefer lasting solutions. So let me move ahead. So we have all this struggle, we have all the talk, we all these talks, and it's reflected in our literature. Our literature emanated. So we started our story from the slave narratives. Although Aikwe Ama tried to bring the pre-colonial era, we have Chinua Achebe also in Things Fall Apart trying to tell us about slave experience and everything. So people pick it up for there that when you do anything novel about literature, you want to do anything noble, then it to be recognized and to be accepted by the European world. Then you have to talk about your slave experience, how it has affected your psyche, and how it has changed your life permanently, how the acculturation have been. So what do we talk about debunking all these lies? The lie number one is about religion. The religion that is the ideology about religion that has been sold to us. You need to reflect. We have people right now that demonize their culture, demonize their spirituality at the expense of the fact that, oh, they want to patronize other religions. Like I said, you have choice to choose. I respect all persons with their choice of religion, but you can't tell me that with your own ideology about religion, you are so sure and that you can say that someone is on the wrong path of spirituality. So these are things that we need to look into and have to reflect. As a matter of fact, the Nobel laureate winner, Wole Soyinka, I was in his house just last month and we had a talk. And so he made me understand that his religion, although born into a Christian home, his main religion has been a traditional religion which he accustomed to. So we had that talk, and yes, it was a very liberal talk, and he was amazed at the fact that, oh, A Christian could actually sit with him and everything. I have no problem with that. So we need to have to actually change our psyche of spirituality, how we view spirituality. But what do we have these days? We even have things, people fighting for the cause of religion, killing their own brothers and sisters. So let's talk about the culture. Chino Achebe talks about culture, acculturization. This is one thing that is posing like a problem in African reality. And this thing has created an identity crisis in almost all Africans. So what do I mean? There are values in our culture. There are values in other people's culture. We need to align with our culture unapologetically. You need to portray who you are without craving for acceptance. But you know what we do? These are things that they patronize us, just like they keep all our artifacts at their own museum and watch us with amusement. They would rather watch you display your culture based on amusement, not coming from the fact that you take those cultures serious as your life depends on it, as it's sacred. So from our own end, our thinking is this, that we want to be, we are just, we most blacks want to be these people. So whatever they tell you, because people you look up to, whatever they tell you you are, is what you accept. That's why Joseph Conrad book can be a bestseller. Though almost everything he has written there is a lie. Do you want to tell me that even the Queen Elizabeth herself doesn't know? Has she not visited Africa? She should tell me where she has visited the king, where almost all the man's kingdom, the king's kingdom, has been on the tree. So why do they need such a book to spread? You know, even if you want to sell some kind, if you read that book, Art of Darkness, you will understand what I'm trying to talk about Joseph Conrad, and I want you to make your research about it. So this book had a spread, and it changed a lot of psyche. They had an agenda for it. So the sad thing is that we also propel such agenda for them and make the job easier. We have China, we have Asia, we have people that portray their culture unapologetically, even though it is different from the ones that we seem to accustomed to. But does that even does that even affect their development? Last time I checked, Japan's culture seems to be elevated, and they take that with pride. And this is where the world has to bend to their truth, not you running after some people's truth. So we debunk all these lies because they tell us that we are inferior beings, we didn't create anything. But according to research, Shakespeare needs to be questioned because almost all his work points to a black lady called Amelia Bassano. Yes, it's open for debate, it's open for arguments. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying it's already a verdict or accepted general truth. But we understand when we talk about slave experiences, we understand. So all these things need to be to reflect in our nature, then we carry it into our literature. And that's why when we work on any literature henceforth, we need to portray our African reality unapologetically to the world in order to foster, develop our psyche, our culture, our land, and also aim at elevating our spirituality course in all ramifications. Please let me leave on this note. I've said a lot and I'm trying to run on time. That we need to also infuse the hope for the future for Africa, because a lot of people are already giving up. And there is nothing that can be so interesting right now than for Africans to step on board for themselves in order to ensure that in debunking all these lies, we also try as much as possible to, okay, I have to give my final words. I have to run on it. We have, the cultural orientation and native intelligence. So let me leave all these notes. It was said that the IMF, the World Bank project failed in Tanzania against the native TASA project, which has been known for native farmers to practice along a while. So if a multi-billion-dollar project could fail, while World Bank actually invested a lot in that, I think it's a rice plantation in Tanzania. So we need to understand that we shouldn't raise people like us because of racial differences to the pedestal of God. We shouldn't drag ourselves to the beggar's floor because we want to be accepted. So all these things need to be reflected in our literature because we are also members of the earth. And we need to come out strong in order to aim for development of our land, to portray our culture unapologetically, to speak to be the voice of ourselves, even to the world. And we can tell that the future is getting brighter with intelligent people stepping on board, like people on this platform, like Dana Revolus, I can see you, and amazing people trying to, air their voice and be part of, the Africa that we all want. And so in debunking on the line, I would just want us to understand the fact that we need to change our psyche first. The slave mentality, white supremacy has eaten deep into every African person that at the age of 7, an African child is already exposed to the mentality of white supremacy. So thank you once again for having me on board. And I will take any question that comes.
I do appreciate your words, and I thank you for your final thoughts. If you do get the chance, maybe to either just quickly give out a way to contact you or type it in the chat, and we appreciate it. It was powerful, and we'll give time for our next speaker to come in. If you can hear me, hopefully you could hear me.
What did you say?
Were you able to hear me? I was just saying thank
I can hear you.
Okay, thank you for being a part. And if you can, just drop your information or how we can contact you if you need be. But we're pleasured that you were here. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you.
Have a great night.
And you too, please. Thank you.
Powerful, powerful. So we're doing a little dance. But okay, so now to our next speaker, and that was a powerful conversational piece. I want to introduce, because I can see her a little preoccupied in the background. Her name is Brittany Kennedy. She is the founder of the Nefertiti Rising Up. Why do I get so, okay, the Nefertiti Rising Up. I could say this and I get in front of you guys and I get tongue-tied. I do not know what's going on with me today. She is the executive director of the Artist University, and her topic is rewriting Africa's history and debunking Eurocentric lies. Again, with the tongue-tied, I do apologize. I don't know what's going on with me today. I guess we are. Oops. I guess we all have one of those days, and I'm just going to claim mine. You understand? But I do apologize. I'm going to claim it for today. But I would love to give you the floor.
Nefertiti Rising. I said it's apothecary. Nefertiti Rising.
Apothecary. And the crazy thing is, I just can't speak today. I don't know what's going on with me. Like, I'm a speaker. I don't know what's going on, but forgive me.
No problem.
You can have the floor. And
So today I'm talking about debunking Eurocentric lies and rewriting African history. The gentleman that just got done speaking, I don't know how to pronounce his name, but he actually covered a lot of the same things that I had planned to discuss. So, the fact that, I have this business, Nefertiti Rising Apothecary. I'm a spiritual consultant, tarot reader, and it is a very easy thing for me to talk about, considering how many people I come across, how many clients, whether it's here in America or abroad, that have such a strong misconception about African spirituality, healing, magic, if you want to use that word. And it's very, very bothersome to me that the Eurocentric concepts and ideas that were but that were forced onto us in society as a whole, but specifically in Africa, has resulted in the demonization of our own spirituality. And I caught a little bit of what the gentleman was talking about, and it really is a lot of the same things and my perception. But I want to get more in depth in regards to my experience with this, because I myself came from a Christian background. I was raised Christian. And I always had questions. And as I got older, you know, those questions became more and more prominent, and the answers that I was getting from elders in the church were not sufficient to me. You know, my questions about just overall as to the evolution of Christianity and the importance of it, I felt like there was so much conflict there. And the more that I questioned, and the answer that I always seemed to get was, well, because it is. Well, because it is, because God says, because the Bible says. And I always had a hard time with this, because it's like, but man wrote the Bible. God didn't write the Bible. He didn't come down to earth and leave us this book. Why is it this pillar so much? It's got some great stories in there. It's got some great phenomenal principles, right? But is it true? Is it really our actual history? And the fact is that it's not. I mean, the Book of the Dead was written way before the Bible. The Bible is comprised of ancient Egyptian mythology. They took the deities from Egyptian mythology and translated it into a monotheistic religion. So why have we adhered to this post-slavery? Why have we ingrained that into our brains so much that we don't allow ourselves to see what our spirituality really is and the ways of our ancestors? Why is that considered so evil and the devil? You know, I have people who will come to me and say, oh, I would love to get a reading, and I do the tarot reading for them, and they have a great experience. And then maybe I've sent some energies coming from them where I recommend that they do a spiritual cleanse, and I give them the ingredients for the spiritual cleanse, and they turn around and tell me they can't do that because it's witchcraft. And I'm like, wait a minute. The Bible is witchcraft there. I want to turn this off. And yet the Bible is witchcraft. I mean, every, second Sunday, fourth Sunday, they get up and they go to the front of the church, and you take in what you say is the body and the bread of Christ. That's a ritual. Using oil to anoint a house or to anoint yourself, which is mixed with oil, that's something that would be called witchcraft. Why is it okay for a prophet to come to a church and speak and say that they've heard from God in a Christian church or a non-denominational church, but if I give a reading as a psychic, how am I evil? How am I worshiping Satan? Why is there this ill-conceived notion that somehow I must be worshiping or following some other God that is not the same God? I'm not understanding this process. And so it's very interesting to me to see firsthand in my own business how affected humanity has been by colonization and by indoctrination. And I'm curious as to when is it going to change? When are people, right now you've got a huge wave, especially in America, in the diaspora, where young Black people are actually returning to the African spirituality, whether or not they're practicing Ifa, whether or not they're practicing hoodoo, whether or not they're practicing voodoo. There's a whole wave that's happening, and I love that. But I'm curious, the groups that I'm in on Facebook, we have conversations, and while the young people are having this transformation, their parents are looking at them like, oh, that's the devil. You can't use those tarot cards. You can't do this. You can't do that. You can't use those crystals. You can't blah, blah, blah. And yet, when you go through the Bible and the ways of the Bible, there's so many parallels between what I practice, what people like me practice, and what Christians practice, but yet we're demonized for it. And the majority of these people that are demonizing others are actually Black people. And that's interesting to me. I was in a group the other day, and a woman was commenting in a spiritual group about the Bible And she was kind of, one of those Bible thumpers. And I will say that whatever an individual practices is 100% up to you. There's nothing wrong with whatever an individual chooses to practice. That's your belief. It's not fair for another individual to tell you that you're wrong for your belief. And that's where I started to have a problem, because her whole entire post was talking about, this is the way, and anything outside of that is not that. And I'm like, how are you in a spirituality group talking about Christianity being the only way? Why do Christians feel the need? Why did the Europeans feel the need to impose this thought principle upon us that anything outside of that was wrong? And my thought process is, well, if you told Black people the power of their spirituality, the power of the energy that runs through our veins, they wouldn't be able to control us the way that they have for the past, 500 plus years. That's why Haiti had a revolt, was because they utilized voodoo magic on the land to take back their land, to gain their freedom. And if Black people all of a sudden woke up tomorrow and realized the power and the magic that runs through our ancestry, we would have a whole different ballgame. Completely different ballgame. And so they have to keep us in doctrine. They have to keep our mentality down and suppressed, because if we start to use our feet in the earth, if we start to dance and do our chants, if we start to use the elements of the universe, the earth, the water, wind, fire, then all of a sudden their power can't stop that, right? There's no bullet in this world that can stop the power of the universe once you tap into it like that. And so they have to keep us asleep. They have to. And in order to debunk these lies, we have to be willing to be combative even about the beliefs that we've been taught. We have to be willing to actually challenge our mentality and ask ourselves, well, this isn't making sense though. How did a man that was called Jesus from this part of the world, described in the Bible with burly hair, how did that man all of a sudden become blonde and blue-eyed? Or like, how did he get silky smooth straight hair? How's that possible? How have our people actually believed this for so many years? It's actually quite fascinating when I think about the effectiveness that the white man has had over Black people. I can just imagine them just sitting up on their empire, like at the height of all of this, and just saying like, look at them. We told them a few little lies, we rewrote history, and they just like run with it. No challenging, no questioning, no trying to pull back into your history. And it's not to say that we're not, because we really are. There is an evolution of us that are definitely reaching our higher consciousness, definitely doing the research about our ancestral roots and digging deep into that, because we have learned and felt the superficiality of the surface level God that we have been introduced to. And it's not resonating with our spirits anymore. We need to go deeper. We need to learn about who our ancestors are and our spirit guides and et cetera, et cetera. And so to me, one, it's a responsibility of the elders that do know the truth to pass on that information to the younger generation. It also, there needs to be a shift of the older generations who are so stuck in the effects of colonization and the mentality, being willing and accepting not to ostracize people who are practicing witches out in the open, or whatever words you want to use it, whether it's witch doctor, shaman, healer, whatever it is. The parallel of an individual when it comes to spirituality, when it comes to religion, is actually quite similar and very much the same. I mean, when I'm talking to an individual who tries to go and combat with me about how Christianity is the right way and the only way, and everything outside of that is the devil and evil, etc., etc., I'm like, you literally believe in a book that where Moses turned a staff into a snake, like you parted the Red Sea, like this is called magic. This is that's what this is called. But somehow there seems to be the most oddly brainwashed perspective of Christianity and African spirituality, or spirituality as a whole, whatever it is. And that to me is just so beyond and so odd that I've had a hard time resonating with it. And as an individual who has come from, I was raised Christian. I mean, I love the freedom I have to walk in my truth and walk in the purpose and to question and question and question more the things that I thought I knew, the things that I know now. And the freedom in that is, I've never felt anything more like it. I mean, I don't know why. And I think another thing that needs to happen, especially in Black families, you know, whether it's in Africa, America, wherever, is teaching our children this truth. I mean, if you're Christian or Muslim or whatever, more power to you. Continue to share that knowledge and truth, because it's not to say that there's not beauty in that truth too. But my son sits with me. He's 1 year old, and when I meditate, he's sitting in my lap and I'm holding my crystals. I'm introducing him to his spirituality, to African spirituality, to our ancestry at a young age. I mean, and to me, that is such an important thing. Another thing I also find to be very important is allowing the child to kind of find their own way. Obviously, you want to introduce them and show them what you believe and share that with them, but also allow them the mental space to actually get curious and find out for themselves. Because what I see happening to these people, this generation that actually is making that curve and turning over to spirituality, is that they're getting ostracized by their family members and outcasted and called evil and not being accepted. And now they're going through this process where they're discovering themselves, discovering spirituality, and then also having to resonate with the loss of friends and family and all this stuff because they're considered evil or bad or whatever. And yet the same sounding board across the board has been, but it's the same God though. We're talking about the same God though, even if there's other deities introduced, whether or not it's Orishas, whether or not it's, you know, ancient Egyptian, you know, deities, whatever it is, there's still so many parallels there that why are we splitting hairs and splitting ourselves from the truth when we can actually really just go out and find it? You know, and speaking of ancient Egyptian mythology, thinking about the Greeks, my son's name is Phoenix, and I had so many people say, oh, like the Greek mythological bird, and I was like, no, like the Egyptian mythological bird that was actually existed as a phoenix way before the Greeks copied it. Hello, you know, and that to me is just so mind-boggling that we haven't made these distinctions and reclaim back our history. You know, the last gentleman was talking about Shakespeare and how that is really written by a Black woman, and all of these things that white people had to come in and take ownership of to somehow feel better than, more powerful than, and all of that to me is mind-boggling. I feel like we really have to be willing to challenge ourselves, challenge the truth that we think that we know. Even when we think we've discovered it, challenge it again, just to be sure with yourself. And if something doesn't really resonate in your spirit, then maybe you should let it go. You know, I think that we had a huge level of spiritual practices that predated Christianity by far. And if they worked for our ancestors, then why aren't they working for us? And they're not working for us because many of us aren't digging back far enough to actually find them and utilize them. And to me, it's kind of like, you know, whenever I have a conversation with an individual who is going off about the Bible, one of my first questions is, do you speak Hebrew? Because if you don't speak Hebrew, you shouldn't even be talking to me about the Bible, because you really don't know the actual descriptions or definitions of what the Bible even is, because it's been translated from its original context. So if you don't speak Hebrew, I can't really have a conversation with you about the truth of the Bible. Or I just refer them to go read the 101 Myths of the Bible, so that you can see them break down the Book of the Dead, the scrolls, and the different stories in the Bible and how and where they were pulled from and how they got that. Like in Egyptian mythology, you have a tomb, a god Atum. Atum is considered Adam in the Bible. Like these things are so in your face, and yet when I have conversations with Black people about this, they will literally, that's not the truth. The Bible is the truth. And I'm like, but were you even there when the Bible was written? Why do you adhere to these principles so strongly without questioning? At least take the time to question. And so I think the approach to debunking a lot of these, yeah, you really enjoy this conversation. I think the way to debunk a lot of these theories is to really, really challenge yourself. Be willing to challenge yourself. Be willing to ask yourself these questions. Go and ask somebody that you think has more information, the answer to these questions. And if you are told because God says so, you might want to sit down and have a real conversation with God because God's inside you and try to find that answer. Because at the end of the day, when people tell me stuff like that, that's not good enough. Because I said so is not an answer. That's just trying to tell me to stop questioning because you don't have the answer, which means I need to go and find it. So that is my perspective when it comes to spirituality. And I think that is the center and core for, that's kind of our core belief, right? When we, our spirituality is pretty much like our moral compass. That's what we adhere to. That's kind of, you know, our source for a lot of things. I mean, especially as African and Black people, we are so centered on God. It is something that I think naturally has run through our veins for a long time. And I think it's just really important to challenge our perspectives and look at things from a different angle and try to really get back into the roots so that we can reclaim our ways. I mean, at the end of the day, because I don't know, to me, any religion that was taught so that an individual could obey their master is probably not the religion for me. That's just my perspective. So I think that's pretty much wraps up what I have to say. Again, my name is Brittany Kennedy. I am the founder of Nefertiti Rising Apothecary. You can find me on Instagram. You can find my website online. And that is all.
I agree with you so tremendously. It's ridiculous. One of my aliases is Blue Phoenix.
I love that.
Yeah, so I was just like, yes, and I completely agree with you and understanding how we are represented in our spirituality, and they are characteristics of self, and we need to understand that for us. I completely agree with you. I do.
Thank you.
And I hope your son gets that.
Oh yeah, no, he will get all of that, all of that and more.
Right. So, you want to say anything, other Diana?
Hi everybody. Hi, I'm joining everyone in the absence of Precious. Yeah, I just want to say thank you, Brittany, for that. What you actually brought out was that there's so much to debunk, unpack, and re-examine, because you've exposed the fact that religion has been used to control the world. You know, we have been indoctrinated by various religions that their way is the only way. And because of this, so many wars, so many killings have taken place because of religion, because it's all been about power. And, you know, the Christian idea is relatively new in terms of the history of the world. And Europeans only arrived the other day, but Africans were here from the beginning. And yet it is the Europeans who seem to have usurped our spiritual position with their new version of God. Yeah. So there is a lot to unpack and re-examine. And, you know, even the Bible says, seek and you will find, knock and it shall be open to you. So we should never be afraid to look for the truth. You know, I believe our Creator delights in the truth.
Absolutely.
So He will never be angry with us if we go looking for it.
Very
because He is the way, He is the truth. Even the Bible says He is the way, the truth, and the life. So if we're looking for the truth, how are we going wrong? We're not going wrong, but our minds have been closed to only accept one version.
Absolutely.
And this is the problem. This is the problem we have. So we need to unpack all of that. We need to unpack it, re-examine it, and find ourselves from way back, even before the Europeans came, even before they arrived. We need to find out who we were, find out who we are, because that's who we are. Who we were is who we are, not who they say we are, but who we were is who we are. And that's what I believe. And I thank you so much for that. It's very important talk. Thank you.
You're welcome. That, that resonated in my spirit so much, and you really, hit it right on the head. It's like, one of the things that I usually recommend for people that are searching is just, sitting down and trying to connect with your ancestors through the spirit.
Right.
And that, it's like this little light that'll just start going off, and you'll start gravitating to the things that really speak to your spirit. And the more that you open your third eye, the more that you ground yourself and root yourself, the more that you'll be able to kind of like see where to go and how to get there. And it's a quite, to me, it's just a really beautiful journey. The more that you start to really dig and you find yourself and you find the God in yourself versus just a book. It's a great tool, but it's not the definition of where God actually exists. God is the universe, right? It's everything around us, from a tree to a butterfly. It's the way that we move, the way that we talk, the way that we breathe. And once we connect to that, the more that nothing can actually shake that. I found that, like, ripping away everything that I had been taught, so to speak, and not everything, because some things really did stick and resonate with me. But once I let go of the laws, that was when I really was able to find spirituality. And that's where I really felt like I could really access God. Thank you for having me.
I appreciated your words resonate, and I know resonate with the audience, and I hope we get to have you again soon.
Absolutely. Thank you guys so much.
Yeah, you're welcome. Have a great one.
Okay. So like I said, I'm here because Precious has had to leave us just for a little while.
And so next we do have, unless you have something longer, because I only have here.
I just have Dr. Ed Ilichukwu, and he's the president and CEO of Global Initiative for the Education and Literacy of African Girls Incorporated, Gifted. And he's going to come now and speak to us on the role of the girl child in redefining African history. So I say, welcome, Doctor. And I hand over to you.
Can you hear me? Thank you, Diana. Can you hear me? And all the organizers, thank you for having me. I must say that I'm excited to see a whole bunch of women, females, who are handling things. Because you guys, when it comes to organizing and fruitfulness and giving birth, not just to children, but giving birth to businesses, entrepreneurship, and all that, it's natural for you. So I'm not surprised at all in seeing that a whole bunch of females are here. I would call them sisters, if you don't mind, doing what they were naturally endowed by the Creator to do. And I must thank Mr. Dan Mbowabono. I don't know how to say your last name. I apologize if I said it wrongly. When I got your text message to speak at your conference, I was wondering who you were. Not to say that you were not popular, just that I have not met you. But when you mentioned Dr. Arikana Chihombori, who happens to be a very good friend of mine and more like a mentor when it comes to Africanism and African things, you can agree with me on that. I was excited to speak. I had schedules that I had to shift and work on to make sure that I come and speak, especially on the girl-child education, African girl-child education. And also, when I came in here and I found out that your organization was trying to debunk Eurocentric lies, I got more excited because I actually travel the world speaking on girl-child education, especially the African girl-child, and also about Africa, which a lot of my colleagues have spoken about. trying not only to debunk the Eurocentric lies, but also to educate them. Because all these lies actually, I'm sure you would agree with me, stem from ignorance from those who are, speaking the lies, only because either they haven't been to Africa, they have not interacted with an African, they haven't seen an educated African like you and I. This is what I do. I was invited by the president of Armenia, which is a European country. Armenia is next to Turkey, to speak in one of his conferences, which is called the Summit of Minds, where he brings in intellectuals from all over the world, literally mostly from Europe and few from Africa, to speak on topics. And a gentleman from France stood up and had the effrontery to talk about developments. He mentioned Europe, he mentioned the Americas, he mentioned all the continents, the Australian continent, he mentioned Asia, and he never said anything about Africa. And when he finished, the only thing he referenced about Africa was that, can you believe that Africa has so and so countries? He said 54 countries. That's when I knew he was ignorant, because we have 55 countries in Africa. And then I was working with the African Union here in Washington, D.C. as the education secretary for the whole of the United States. I was volunteering with Dr. Chihombori. So I kind of knew that he knew nothing about Africa. And I asked him a question. He said, the whole of African continent doesn't have power. When you go to Africa, it's hard to see that you have power. And I asked him a question, and I said, in front of everybody, I said to him, do you think that if the whole of Europe and the colonial masters, so they call them, and I mentioned England, I mentioned Portugal, I mentioned a lot of them. I said, do you think that if they returned all the loot that they stole from Africa, do you think the African continent will cease to become the dark continent and we would have some light? And they gave him a microphone and he couldn't talk. He just held the microphone and he was just couldn't talk for about 30 seconds. And I said, excuse me, do you want me to ask the question again? He said, yes. I asked him again. And now I said, do you think that if all these people returned all the loot that they stole from Africa, do you think Africa would have some light? And then he took the microphone again and he couldn't talk. And the moderator, who happened to be from France as well, just like the gentleman, said, you know what, no further questions. And everybody, you could hear people chit-chatting in the audience, over 1,000 people, people of high repute from different industries from all over the world. And after that session, when we came out, people ran to me and said, who are you? We want to know who you are. They were shaking my hands, white, black, just name it. And it wasn't a shock to me that an ignorant person could say such a thing in an international conference. It was just a shock to me that he had nothing to say, period. But I had to address it immediately. I told him, I said, listen, and I spoke in front of the whole congregation, and I said, listen, the problems of Africa did not start today. They were not, we did not wake up in Africa and say, hey, we're going to have issues. We don't need light. We don't need telephones. We don't need refrigerators and stuff like that. And, I had another experience. I went to Portugal, invited by the president of Portugal, speaking in a conference like that. And the same storyline, the immediate past president of Portugal spoke. And he never made any reference to Africa. And a woman who happened to be from Nigeria asked, said, you said all these things, you mentioned all these continents, you never said anything on Africa. And he said, well, we don't deal with Africa because Africa is closed. And wow, my goose pimples had goose pimples. and I couldn't wait for him to finish, and I literally ran after him. All the news media were there, the CNN, BBC's, just name them. They were interviewing him, and I had to, interrupt. I went up to the front and I said, "Excuse me, I am absolutely horrified by the statement you made in there that Africa is closed. What did you mean by that exactly?" And he said, "Well, young man, I don't know who you are, but it is very hard for us to deal with African leaders." I interrupted him immediately. I said, "So it is. I've been in Portugal for 5 days, and I've had issues with dealing with people here. If you are telling us that it's hard to deal with African presidents, and say that, and then we would understand. But saying that Africa is closed for business does not make any sense, because I am African, born and raised in Africa, and then here I am attending an international conference, and people from all over the world, and I am African. If Africa is closed, what am I doing here?" And when I said that to him, he turned red. You know how they are, and everybody was shocked. And it's one thing about me: I don't mince words. I just say it just the way it is. And BBC pulled me over and they began to interview me about what I do. And that was when I began to introduce myself as the CEO and founder of Gifted, which is an organization that advocates for the quality education of the African girl child. So I said all these things to, buttress the points of some of the colleagues that spoke here about debunking lies. That is the way people of the African descent are seen in Europe and in Western nations. I have a couple of invitations from them, especially from the government, from different countries. At first, I said I was going to stop attending, but I said no. It's not just enough to debunk it on video. It's good to stand in front of them. I believe I met about 8 presidents in those meetings, to stand in front of them and speak to them and teach them and educate them on what Africa and Africanism is all about. But anyway, having said that, my organization was formed in 2014, about 7 years ago, when the 276 girls were kidnapped by Boko Haram because they did not believe that girls need to go to school. So I was here in the US. I have 4 girls myself. And I said, you know what? My father, who came from the villages of Africa, literally, ended up going to college to study clinical psychology, and he was able to make it to Cambridge University. And he came from the villages of Africa, made it to Cambridge University, which is a highbrow university. And when he came back to Nigeria, I'm Nigerian originally, as you can tell, from my last name. He was able to use the knowledge that he garnered from there, plus what he knew before he traveled, to make changes in Africa. So education for me was the only tool that I could have to go fight these terrorists who kidnapped girls because they want to go to school. So I floated this company, registered in the United States as an international non-for-profit organization, like I said, that advocates for the quality education of the African girl child. We do believe that education is a human right. Is a human right. It's not just for the few that are privileged, which is the problems we're having today in Africa. If you don't have money, your parents do not have money, you're not going to be able to go to school. So when I started that organization, and my primary aim then was to travel around the globe and get ambassadors, which we do have ambassadors from all over. If I mention Flavor Flavs here in the US, he's one of my ambassadors, and a couple others, Forrest Whitaker, who is the movie actor and all that. We wanted to make sure that we made the world understand that girl child education in Africa was just pushed away to the corner. Nobody was interested, basically. And it was because of the way Africa treated the girl child, period. The girl child in Africa is brought into the world, and she is not seen to stand on the same pedestal with his brother or with her brother. She is seen as that person that would serve and clean after her brothers and cook for the whole family and wake up very early in the morning and sweep. That's okay. That's fine. Those are family values. But it doesn't stop there. If you look at the physiology of the female, I have some medical background as well. You would understand that a man can never get pregnant, period, no matter how hard we try. The female is the person that the Creator gave the gift of fruitfulness. She is the one that was given the gift to be able to birth a child into this world. But the mistake we make is that that's not the only talent that was given to her. Fruitfulness is a huge umbrella that not just deals with bringing a child into the world. When a woman is at the helm of affairs, when a woman is educated, she is very fruitful in birthing nations, literally, birthing companies, birthing entrepreneurs, birthing organizations, because of that natural fruitfulness that was given to her. That is the way her mind works. That is the way the mind of a female works. She always wants to be fruitful. She always wants to bring out something new to the community. She always wants to birth. And it doesn't stop there. When a woman gives birth to a child, she also dives in to train the child. So if you look at that physiology, you will understand that Africa entirely and the globe is making a big mistake in relegating women to the kitchen and just to childbearing and to clean and all that. There's a lot of problems in Africa today that can be solved just by educating a girl child. Poverty, which is the big one, wars and violence, religious crisis, health risks, social discrimination, girl-child marriage, harassment, national security. I know that you heard about the newest Director General of World Trade Organization, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, who happens to be Nigerian, happens to be my tribe, the Igbo tribe, happens to have grown up and lived in the same university environment where my parents lived. So I knew her personally. And am I surprised that she made it to become the Director General of WTO? Absolutely not. Because if you look at her trail, her resume, she was educated. She's an educated woman who did not allow this big hydra-headed monster of do not educate a girl affect her. She knew what she wanted. And now she's on the helm of affairs of the WTO to show the world that an African and also a woman can lead the world in things that have to do with financing and trade. I mean, it's unbelievable, isn't it? So she is a huge, huge example that good things can actually come from Africa. And that if we take care of our girls in educating them, that the world has not seen the best of them yet. Okay, so that is what we do at Gifted. And I want to share with you some information here. Currently, because of the COVID-19, we understand that women have left the labor force. And this is in jaw-dropping numbers because of COVID-19, either because they lost their job or left their job to take care of their families. Like I said, women are all about fruitfulness. They bring a child into the world, but they don't stay there. They bring all sorts of things into the world. And all this magnifies the fact that economies around the world are built on the backs of women on paid labor. There's a lot of labor. If you decide to put a monetary value to what a mother does for her children, there is no value whatsoever. It runs in the billions and in the trillions. And if you understand that in summary, that is society that realizes on women's unpaid or low-wage labor for its very infrastructure isn't only unequal, it's holding back economies. It is holding back economies. The African economy, it's being held back today. We can identify that as one of the reasons. There are several other reasons, from meritocracy to all sorts of things, but not educating a girl child is huge. And what I basically do, I try to resensitize the world, especially African leaders, as much as I have access to them, to begin to do something about girl child education, starting from the primary school. We have liaised with a couple of schools in Africa, starting from Nigeria. And what we're basically doing now is to resensitize people and to speak to them and to talk to them why it's important to educate a child, how it's going to, be able to solve Africa's problems. And we were also looking to long term, of course, build schools that are just for girls. We're looking to do charter schools that is just going to be for girls. We made contact already with a couple of these girls who were kidnapped at first with Boko Haram, and some of them who were in the north, trying to see how we can help send them back to school. We're working with a lot of organizations. It's an interwoven organization. We work with a lot of organizations here in the US. We work with the United Nations. A lot of things has developed since we started doing this work. So the African culture, by the way, does not support a girl going to school. And some of you might say, well, I don't agree with that. That was back then. But now things are beginning to change slowly, and we're slowly catching up with sending girls to school, because people began to find out, when I say people, I mean parents and families in the community at large, began to find out that there is nothing wrong in educating a child. If anything, the whole community, the whole society at large gains when a girl child is sent to school. So I am very happy to connect with you guys, and I am happy to speak in your conferences as much as time will allow me. But this is huge, because if we can continue to educate the world of what Africa is all about. Africa is the continent of riches, period. Africa is the continent of natural resources, period. Africa is being given the image of beggars, but we're actually the image of innovators. There's another organization that I am the president and CEO. It's called Global Initiative for the Advancement of Africa, which is a registered non-for-profit that actually, what we do, we link African upcoming startup businesses with Western buyers or Western entrepreneurs who want to invest in Africa. So that way, it's not just contacting the Western world to donate money as if we're beggars. No, absolutely not. We want to showcase what we have in Africa, and it cuts across Kenya, it cuts across Cameroon, South Africa, just name it. We have been able to identify startup entrepreneurs who are making shoes, coffee, international standard. I have a friend of mine in Germany who is German, born and raised, who actually set up a business now that is leveraging on my contacts from Africa to showcase these products. And he has imported chocolates from Africa. He has imported all sorts of things. He has a store in Berlin, Germany, that only sells African products. So this is what I'm talking about. Africa has to work as one. And that is why I am so excited about what Dan is doing to bring Africans and people of African descent together as one, so that we can be able to face the challenges of the 21st century. Dr. Arikana Chihombori said something. That's another powerful woman who is an educated girl child. You can imagine how she revolutionized the United States and the world. She was the only voice, and is still the only voice that speaks out about what the Western world has done to try to destroy that continent. There are hundreds of thousands of men who have taken that position she was in before, but she's the only one that stood out. Because like I told you, naturally women are created and talented to be fruitful, to bring out innovations and new things into the community, to be able to help the community. So Thank you, Mr. Dan. I have another engagement that I have to run for, but I do appreciate your help in getting me an invitation to know what you guys are doing. I look forward to working with you when we talk. Thank you so much. I couldn't hear the last thing you said, Diana.
Your passion to female education.
Yes, absolutely. Yes.
Yeah. I thank you. We'll speak soon.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, that was amazing. So for our next speaker, just in control of time, we have Islami Pati, who is a student and a Pan-Africanist. Topic will be debunking Eurocentric lies and owning our narrative. So I'll just bring him in. Stand back for me.
Thank you so much, Dania,
no problem.
For inviting me today. I am so happy and glad to be part and parcel of the speakers who were able to give their views and their perspectives about Africa as a continent, and also to debunk Eurocentric lies and own our narrative as African. So basically, what we need to understand here as Africans, we have to know who we are. We have to identify ourselves as Africans. Who are we as Africans? And how are we 400 years ago before a white man came to this continent? And how are we today, in this 21st century as African people? So basically, if one has to judge this continent and our relationship with the West, one has to be historically conscious. And today, this reminds me of a great speech of Leopold Sédar Senghor of Senegal, who said, greetings, everybody. I am Ismail Fati from the Gambia, a student and a Pan-Africanist at the University of the Gambia. And I am so happy and delighted to be part and parcel of the speakers, individuals who gave their thought about Africa as a continent. And today, this reminds me of a great speech that was given by great Africans in the early days, when African people were struggling and fighting for independence. And in order for one to judge Africa as a continent, in order to look at the Eurocentric lies and own our narrative as African people, one has to be historically conscious. And therefore, going down to that, this reminds me of a great speech that was given by a great Senegalese by the name Cheikh Anta Diop, who said that African people need to recalculate and redefine their way of life and also their interaction with the West. There's a need for Africa to be separated from the West. When the Europeans came here 400 years ago, when they arrived in the continent of Africa, the continent was new to them. The continent was jungle wilderness. And what happened at the end of the day, they saw a system of governance that indicate that African people were well organized and they were well structured into kingdoms. In order to spread their lies, in order to divide African people to achieve their selfish interests, they divide African people, crippled down the continent and disunite its people and looted its resources. And for that being the case, It has been far too long since Africa was unable to recover herself from that issue. So therefore, Africa is a continent. When it comes to international arena, we are not considered as a continent. 400 years ago, before a white man came here, Africa was a rich continent. Africa was rich in terms of resources, in terms of gold, in terms of everything. And I keep telling young Africans that Africa is far better than Europe in terms of resources and in terms of handling diversity. So what do we need from the West when we have everything that we can use to make Africa a greater continent, to catapult Africa into a higher level? But when the Europeans came, the philosophy and the ideology they imposed on African people was to play with our mindset, to ensure that African people accept what they said. They bring what we call as Eurocentrism. They believe in they bring what we call as modernization. African people have to believe and accept of anything that came from Europe, anything that is African, any idea that came from Africa is not correct to them. It's not genuine to them. So therefore, they make African people to subdue to them, that we have to bow them and for them to be our masters as African people. So for that being the case, African people, we need to recalculate and redefine our way of life. And we have to know who we are as African people. And this reminds me of a great speech that was made by Marcus Garvey, whom, when he was giving his powerful speech, he said, people or society who don't know the history of their origin is like a tree without any root. First of all, African people, we should be able to identify who we are as human beings. And we should be able to identify our origin, where we came from. Africa needs unity. Now, when you look at our relationship with the West, with the European, the American, we tend to understand very well that Europe and America is nothing without Africa. Therefore, these are individual countries that came to Africa during the scramble and partition of Africa. They divide African people, they looted African resources, and today, these are the individual countries that are sitting in their various countries saying that Africa is a poor continent, Africa is a dark continent, Africa is not contributing nothing when it comes to the world development. 400 years ago, when the Europeans were living in caves, jumping from one place to another, Africans were building monuments. Africa has a very rich culture and background. Africa has a very good history that has to be told. But if African people are not united, we don't come together and speak under one voice, Africa will never realize her potential. A great South African by the name Pisley Kaisaka Seme in the year 1906, when he went down to the United States of America and he gave his famous speech called The Regeneration of Africa. This was long before Martin Luther King made his famous speech, I Have a Dream. African people need to come together and speak under one voice. African people need to see each other. We should always see each other as one people. If we don't see each other as one people, one family, one nation, one continent, we are going nowhere. Europeans came here during slavery period. Thousands of Africans were taken away. They introduced an educational system. That is why when you look at Africa as a continent, we tend to understand very well that Africa itself as a continent was tailored out by the Western people. Africa was not even tailored out by the African people. That was the reason why when Marcus Garvey was making that famous speech, Africa for Africans, the need for Africans to go back home to build an Africa that we want today. Because Africa was not tailored out by the African people. It was tailored out by selfish individuals from the West. Therefore, African people, we need to come together and change the narrative to tailor out Africa. We need to come together to tailor out Africa that we want. If not Africa, we are going nowhere. When the Europeans came, they tailor out our educational system. And when you look at the educational system of Africa, we tend to understand very well that the educational system of Africa was tailored out by the West. The language you and I speaking today, this is not our mother tongue. This is not African language. When they came, the first thing they do was to eradicate our culture and identity as Africans. And when they succeed in doing that, they force African people to accept what they said. And that is why today, even in our historical aspects, we don't learn nothing but who was Adolf Hitler? Who was Napoleon Bonaparte? Who was the Queen of England? We forgot about our great heroes, men and women, who were struggling 400 years ago to make Africa a greater continent. That is why even in our historical setting and environment, we find it so difficult for historians to go deep down to make research, because our mindset was engulfed in a situation where we are forced to know what happened in Europe and America. They forced us to believe that anything that was done in Africa was lie. If Africa is a poor continent, if Africa is a poor nation, if Africa is a backward continent, what are the Europeans doing here 400 years ago? What are they doing here 400 years ago? A great speaker said Africa is not a poor continent. You don't go to poor continent and make money. You don't go to poor continent and get diamonds, golds. You don't go to poor continent and enrich yourself. Africa is not poor. Africa is overexploited. Therefore, it is time for African people to come together, speak under one voice to ensure that young people stay in Africa. We dig down the history of Africa. Europe and America is nothing without Africa. I always keep saying this. Europe and America is nothing without Africa. Therefore, we must believe in ourselves as African people. We must take the responsibility. And I always keep telling young people that Europe and America is not the solution for us. Africa is the solution. Let's stay in Africa and make this continent a greater continent. It is high time for Africans to come and speak under one voice, to let the Europeans know that the history that they wrote about Africa is not true, it's lie. The histories that were written by the European scholars about Africa, about this continent, was only written for their own favor, for their own selfish interest. If the real African history has to be written today, the Europeans will be very disappointed. And that time is now to let the entire world, continent know that Africa is a driving force to the development of any continent in this world. Without Africa, Europe is nothing. Without Africa, America is nothing. Without Africa, Asia is nothing. We are the backbone of this world. African people, we must not, look inferior to ourselves. Africa is a great continent. Africa is a continent of great men and women. Africa is a continent with beautiful history, culture, and tradition. So therefore, it is high time for African people to come together and rewrite the history of Africa. We need to rewrite the history of Africa. What are we going to tell our next generation who are yet to be born? What are we going to tell them with the history that is currently written by the Western people? What are we going to tell Mama Africa when we met him or when we met her? What are we going to tell our grandkids who are yet to come? The time is now for African people to believe in ourselves, that Africa is the only continent in this world that can only serve humanity in its right direction. The Europeans came here, they embezzled everything about Africa. They make this, they crippled down the continent, and today they went back, sit in their comfort zone, saying Africa is a poor continent, Africa is a dark continent, saying all things about Africa, which is not true. You don't go to poor continent. If a miracle is about to happen today, that anything that is made in Africa disappear in Europe and America, my brothers and sisters, Europe and America will never be the same again. If Africa rise up, and the time is now for African people to rise up, to speak in one voice, and this was what Kwame Nkrumah was advocating in the year 1960, when they assembled in Casablanca in Morocco, that African people need to unite to speak under one voice. This was the same speech he made in 1963 in Addis Ababa in Ethiopia. Therefore, the time is now to make the dreams, the vision of Kwame Nkrumah, Julius Nyerere, Thomas Sankara, Wesley Kaisa Kaseme, Modibo Keita, Amilcar Cabral in Guinea-Bissau, to make their dreams to be realized. We must always be proud of ourselves as Africans. Africa is black is the only beautiful color in this world. Black is unique. Black is beautiful. But the time is now for us to have what we call as self-esteem, to believe in ourselves that we can do it, we can make it. In Africa, we can rewrite the history of Africa. And today I challenge all the great historians in this continent. Let us stay away from the Eurocentric lies about Africa. Let us come together as historians of this great continent. Let us write the history of Africa. Let us ensure that we have an Africa that we all desire to have. So therefore, I am so glad and honored to be here. And without wasting much time, I would like to take this opportunity once again to thank Daniel for inviting me. And before concluding, I would like to challenge all young Africans, my fellow young Africans, to believe in ourselves and stay in Africa and know that Africa is the solution. Going to Europe and America is not the solution. Africa is the solution. Let's stay in Africa and make this continent a greater continent. Nobody will make this continent for us. There are so many things that need to be fixed in Africa. There are so many catastrophes that we are done by the European that has to be fixed now, and the time is now. I therefore challenge my young African, my fellow Africans, great historians of this continent, great men and women of this continent, to come together as one people, speak under one voice, and make Mama Africa proud. On that note, I thank you all.
I thank you for those powerful words. That was beautiful and very true. And we appreciate you for being a part. Thank you. So, and Precious, yes. Oh, okay. And Precious,
Hi, guys. Hi.
So we are all back. So I guess we'll be doing a panelist soon, right? Doing a panelist discussion, right?
Yes.
But we do want to give a shout out again to our sponsors. One name drilled into my head now, forever and a day, to the Checky.
Checky TV.
To the Checky TV. And then we have, I'm just trying to go to my writing for to see who I can remember off the top of my head. Okay, CEDA, but the actual, which is the Council for Ethiopian Diaspora Action. And then we have the Asuri Real Estate, right? Asasi Real Estate. Okay, I was trying to get them off the top of my head. So Asasi Real Estate. Thank you guys so much. And do we have to do a video before we get to our panelists, or?
I think that might be a good idea.
I think so too. I wonder what, I like the music. I like the music.
Yeah,
The African music.
I'm going to try and share my screen. I'm going to try and share it in a minute. 1 second. Let's get this thing going. Hopefully it will work. Let's hope it works.
0.5.
Where is it? Oh, goodness me. Seems to be buffering. Well, that's not working. So I have to try again.
We gotta, like,
give me a second.
maybe take it out or take it in again, maybe. And as we're going, technical difficulties. That's the way of our lives today.
Yeah.
But it's okay. But how have you guys been as we try to go through this? Are you enjoying this? Like always, I'm gonna miss you guys. We gotta just jump into something new in April.
It's great. It's been great. It's been great.
It has been wonderful. Wonderful. Quite insightful, provocative. So much to learn and appreciate. Yeah.
So much in common.
Here we go.
I can't build on the place, no man. These Zimbabwean reggae kings, no man. From one day.
How weird is that?
Can I build a Wagwan Rasta? Yeah. Stepina.
What is it? Okay. If I go, if I stay.
Is this iCulture with DJ Sheriff? I think I forgot to say that part. Well, maybe we can
Maybe we can jump into the panel.
I was just gonna say, or do it.
Is there any other way? I feel it in my soul. Bow down and pray. Tomorrow will be a bright today. If I go, if I stay,
well, maybe if we just bring it out and or do one of our commercial breaks and see if it can work, or we could just go to our panelists.
I think the panelists are logging in. Maybe we can jump into
I
it.
think
That's into the
Yeah.
panelists.
Are they?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
We
have
apologize.
Professor Mamo, we have Ismail. I think Daniel said Dr. Kevin is also logging in.
Okay.
So apologies for not being able to make that video work, but
Welcome, Professor.
Hello.
Yes. How are you, Prof?
hello. Let's see if you guys.
Madam nak Simon.
Is Dr.
Layla?
Kevin in?
Yes.
Yes. There's Ashania.
Yes, she's here.
There's
How are you?
Lillian.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Professor, we can hear you.
Hello?
Yes, Professor, we can hear you.
All right. Okay. How are you? Yes, thank you. Yes.
Yes.
How are you?
Yes, yes. Everybody
Yes,
else,
Can you hear me?
hear
we
everyone?
can hear you. We can hear you, Prof. Yes.
I think the network.
No, you sound great. Okay. I'll be right back in here, just making sure.
And Lillian? Yes, I see Dr. Kevin Washington coming back in. Hi, Lillian.
Hey. How are you? How are you?
Welcome back, Dr. Kevin.
Thank you.
Hi, Lillian. Good to have you. Hi, Ashinia. Diana,
Everyone,
over
I'm
to
here.
you.
I'm here.
Okay, over to you.
Okay, well, happy to have you guys here, and being the fact that like our theme today is debunking Eurocentric lies and rewriting African history. We wanted to get you all together to speak about this topic and how we can put actions to the theme we have for our panelists today. So please feel free if you are itching to say something towards our first steps. Feel free to start. Or I'll call you. Doctor, what would you feel? How in your perspective, what would you say to that, to our theme for today? Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we
I
can hear you.
Yeah, can hear you.
Dr. Kevin, I'm going to just pull you out just so you get the discussion started.
Oh, you call me out. Okay. Well,
yeah,
good.
I'm calling you out just to get the conversation started.
All right. Well, we can get it started. So the idea of debunking, right? The idea of removing the oppressor's construct. It is a process by which we have to have comparative knowledge. And the comparative knowledge is that knowledge that allows us to be able to suggest to ourselves who we are. So the first step is to be able to understand that what we have learned largely about who we are has been a falsehood. And that's the first step, to deal with the issue of the lie. And that's what's in the title, right? Debunking the lies. The other issue is if there is a lie, then even in some lie, there's some element of truth. And so when we begin to look at where they have studied, we look at how they studied Egyptology, we see that even though they whiten black faces, the reality is that those are African people, because you don't have a Middle East, as Dr. Browder reminds us, you don't have a Middle West and a Middle North. So in reality, that is the continent of Africa. The reality also is that the truth is that African society is the preeminent of first, a primordial society that ever existed. The The other thing is to understand that what we know of right now as the mathematics, as science, and again, technology starts there. How do you know how do you know it to be so? You look, you study as our professors told us, you study Sheikh Anta Diop. You study the works of Ivan van Sertima. You study John Henry Clark. You study the various scholars that are doing the work even now. Malefi Asante, Leonard Jeffries. You study these individuals, and what you will come to the conclusion is that the basis of all civilization starts in Africa. And so the debunking part comes in to look at the origins and to begin to look at the essence and then look at the expression.
I'm with that. Who I will call next to that? Does anybody feel let's just see. Lillian, sorry, Lillian. Yep.
Yeah, greetings. Yes, so in my research, I'm looking at Afrocentric education. So if we, so this topic, I'm quite passionate about this topic. So I'm looking at my research, I'm looking at what if we could change the complete paradigm of education and how we teach our children. What would an Afrocentric education look like? Because what we're doing right now and what we have, even on the continent, is not African-centered, it's not Afrocentric education. So I'm looking at that, and that is essential for our self-understanding and knowledge of self and how we move forward as a people. And it has been an interesting journey, but I think it's a crucial step. It's a very crucial step towards our independence. So what I'm looking at is how do we teach? How do we teach, or how should we teach in a family setting, for example? That's how do we understand knowledge? How did our ancestors learn? And we're able to build these amazing things. How we've done it before. So the question is, what does the education system, if we could change it, what does it have to facilitate in order for us to be able to get to the same place again? So that's what I'm looking at in my research, and especially for secondary school aged children. And yeah, it has been an interesting journey. But I think, as I said, it's a very crucial step in our understanding of ourselves and in our vision of the future.
So Diana, before you jump in, Lillian, I got a question for you.
Yeah.
If it is not Afrocentric, what is it?
Eurocentric.
See, first of all, we got to call it out for what it is, right? And then see how it functions, and then see how it has disrepaired us, and then to talk about the necessity for the other things. But we are afraid to call it for what it is, and so we dance around the topic. The reality is that it is an indoctrination process that we've encountered, that we've assumed is the highest level of understanding. But when we begin to understand what they have taught us as education is a mere comic book compared to what we have already produced in the world, right? And so we call out and say that is Eurocentric lie. It is based on the idea of European superiority, and it's based on the last point is based on this idea of their own feeling of inferiority, inadequacy. Because when Herodotus traveled into ancient Kemet or Egypt, he said they looked like they've been kissed by the sun, and he said that the knowledge that we have in Greece only pales in comparison to what they know. So they were very clear when they traveled there. But their progeny had to tell a different story. So first of all, we got to realize that it is a Eurocentric lie that we've been educated in, and we assume that it is the highest order of all things. In reality, it's but a small element of the total capacity of human function. So I'm done. I promise you I won't say anything else.
No. Before you go, let me just throw in this question to you, Dr. Kevin and Lillian. Allow me. So I just want to understand, is there ever a way where there can be a balance between these two? That's the European part that we are bringing in the equation. Is there something good that can be emulated and still be maintained? And at the same time, can there be something that is also not right about Africanism that we can put aside and maybe strike a balance between these two and come up with something that necessarily doesn't have to be maybe what we have known, but the good we can take and embrace and come up with something that is one. I don't know if that makes sense or
right. I must admit I'm very biased. So when it comes to this answer, but in my opinion, not. We need to completely rid us of the knowledge that has been indoctrinated, that Washington said on us. So we need to get rid of it completely and create a complete new pedagogy. I must admit I'm very biased. A complete new curriculum for us. So that is my opinion. But because we can't continue doing the same mistakes. So we've tried it, you know what I mean? We've tried it in various different settings. We've tried it several times. We've had you know, the adaptation, or we've included Black history into schools or things like that. But this is just a little step, and it's just not right. It needs a complete paradigm shift, a complete different thinking and understanding. Okay, we need an educational system that favors Africans, for Africans, by Africans, so that we can envision a future and understand that what we have to do to create a future that is beneficial for Africans. So that is my opinion. I stand to be corrected, but history shows, or the recent history shows, as we've learned today, it's just a snippet, isn't it? But shows that it's not possible. Okay, in my opinion, it's not possible. It's not beneficial. We will always we live in a system of white supremacy, and the educational system cannot be adapted to favor us. Because it is, you know, somebody, my supervisor says it cannot be fixed. Something that is not broken cannot be fixed. It is designed to be like that. It is designed to favor you know, white supremacy. So we can't fix it into including something else. So it needs to completely go, and we need a complete different paradigm to yeah, as I said, to favor our own people.
I agree with that.
Did you want to put your input in?
So
I couldn't hear you, but I think she said she agreed with that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Someone said I agree with what Lillian was saying. The education system in the United States is inherently racist and classist, and therefore trying to marry that system with a system of African-centered learning is not going to work, because the goal of the current education system in the United States is to, number one, not give us a knowledge of ourselves, and number two, to keep us in a certain class. The children are taught to become workers and not employees.
Employees,
and so in order to teach our children who they are and to empower them to create their own and to own their own and to employ their own, you have to completely get rid of that system. There's no other way.
Yeah, and just to add to that as well, is I claim that Eurocentric education wants to maintain the status quo, and Afrocentric education needs to change it. So that's why it cannot, it cannot fit together.
Brittany, did you have an input you would like to give at all?
Yeah, you called my name, right?
Yeah, I did, and I'll definitely get to you. As like Brittany, I'll definitely get to you next, but I did call you Brittany.
Okay, no, good. Yeah, I feel like you know, it's 100%. Come on, I feel like it's 100% accurate. You know, in terms of the way that it's been designed, it's 100% designed for you know, to exclude us, and so much so that you know, I remember I was online taking a test on Facebook, like it was some kind of, you know, they've got these quizzes that pop up from like companies and stuff. And naturally, all of the options that I could select, it was like a hair thing, and all of the options were clearly just for white people. And I made a comment and I was like, it doesn't even include like my hair type whatsoever. There's like no representation of anybody else besides white. And the person was just like, yeah, well, you know, there's an option to like skip it or whatever. And I'm like, but that completely excludes us. And so the fact that this was such a like common-ish thing, it was kind of like, oh, we're sorry, like, whoops, we don't cater to, you know, it's just the way that society has designed itself to where, you know, even when it comes to history and the books and stuff like that, you know, we got Black history for 4 weeks out of the year, you know, they kind of breeze through the topics where you actually learn our culture, our history. And yet they completely capitalize on us, right? On our culture, which is just so beyond me. So yeah, I mean, I agree 100% with what has been said. You know, we have to, but you know, where would we even start, right? Where would we start? Because like in America, you've got like the Jews and like they've got a whole community. You go to a Jewish school, you go to like, they've got Jewish hospitals, Jewish police, like they have a whole community. Like how would we implement that? And I think it's you know, the biggest issue is that when it came to, you know, Eurocentrism, it completely wiped out our ability to unite, really. We're so divided amongst ourselves that it makes it kind of challenging and difficult to really come together and implement those kind of programs and, you know, education systems and really like change the entire paradigm shift for us to be able to have that, which is very challenging.
I can see you saying that. Betsy, I know you wanted to say something, but I think this is actually a display of how we can start doing it. Because we're all over right now, and we're conversing. You know what I mean? This is the start of it, but I know exactly what you mean. But I'm blessed to even look at the half of you guys. You know, before a pandemic world, I don't know if this would have been in this manner. But Fatih, sorry, you wanted to say something, and I just didn't want to overlook you. And I definitely want to see if Mamo wants to speak, or before we.
It was actually Dr. Kelvin. Dr. Kevin. Yeah, I think he had something to say.
Yeah, I want Ismaila to say something. I know he's from in the Gambia, and we are due to make a connection in the Gambia really soon. That is one of the things that we do, is that we make the connection. So we have a trip there, doing a homecoming Gambia and the festival, the Roots Festival. Those things are very important. The question was, is it possible to coexist with a cancer? I think that's how I'm going to break down what the question was. And so what I think is critical is that, first of all, in order to address a thing that is taking you over, you must analyze and assess its function, its form and function. How has it functioned? What does it do? And at that point, you can perform an ectomy, right? The removal of the thing. And too often we're trying to coexist with that thing that is trying to destroy us. And some things must clearly be eradicated. And so the ultimate challenge then is to be able to understand the form and function of Eurocentric education, which in effect, it is designed for those who have that lineage to feel pride and dignity in their reality. And so we have assumed that imitating them, right, and how they do the work, that's Naim Akbar, that is the highest form of education. In reality, when we begin to perpetuate their particular knowledge base, we advance then their ideological structure, and by default, we are eradicating ourselves, because the second level of Eurocentric education is the dehumanization of African people. So it's important to understand that the first thing is about European identity, and the second thing is about destruction of a population. That is, that if I can find a way to eradicate that thing which is causing me my most psychological consternation then I can be victorious. And so you cannot have at the same time a thing that is for you and against you existing in one space. So it's important to then say, this is what we have learned. All right. So you say, is there any value in what they've taught? Yes. The value is to understand that if you can indoctrinate somebody with some substance about who they are, you can change how they behave in the world, even if it is a lie. And I will say it this way, that once you have been bitten by a snake, you need snake venom to reverse the process. So at some level, it seems like when we begin to talk about African-centered education, that we are talking about an anti-European reality, and at some level we are. We have to monitor that so that we don't do the other things, that if you begin to have too much of the anti-venom, it becomes venomous and it becomes a problem for us. So the issue is that the first thing we have to do is have the anti-venom, the serum that is about who we are as a people, that allows us to counter and more importantly, have a corrective existence for ourselves. And at that point, we can stand on the pride and dignity and understand everything that everybody has been telling us about who we are historically and who we are to become in the world. So that is the quick run. But I know Ishmael had something to say. He was burning, chomping at the bit.
Yeah, he really wanted to.
All right, thank you so much. Basically, I want to say something, and first of all, I will start with the quote of Marcus Garvey, who said, "People who don't know the history of their origin is like a tree without any root." Basically, we should be able to know who we are as African people, and where do we came from 400 years ago as African people, how and where are we today. And basically, when you look at this Afrocentric education and compare to that of Eurocentric education, in my speaking, I said, Africa is the entire Africa is tailored out by the West. When you look at our development, our trade, our agriculture, even our educational sector, everything is tailored out by the West. And therefore, in order for us to, change that narrative, to change that paradigm shift, we African, we should be able to know who we are. We should speak with one voice, and we should be able to, come together as African people and try to fix, what was wrong by the European people. So basically, this is something that can be achieved, because we Africans now, we are everywhere all over the world. And I keep saying Europe and America is nothing without Africa. And that's the hard fact. If today African people unite and they rise up, Europe and America will never be the same again. So therefore, we are everywhere in this world, and it's possible, and it is very possible for African people to rewrite our history and also to change our educational sector, and also to change our mindset from Eurocentric belief to Afrocentric belief. Now, we must believe in ourselves as African people, because this is what the Europeans do when they came to Africa. They forced African people to abandon their culture and tradition. They forced us to believe in whatever they said. And the time is now, and Doctor is here, plus my sisters, who are erudite, eloquent, and colossal scholars, transactional scholars. We can do it because we are all over everywhere in this world. And we have a powerful message and image to send out there. So therefore, coming together as one people to be united is the only driving force that we can use to achieve, this crusade. So thank you so much.
I just want to thank you, Ismail. I just want to ask one more question, and it's not to be answered today. I've heard everything that everyone is saying. I'm just posing a question, right? Number one, I want to understand when we say people came and made us to change who we are and imposed who they are on us, doesn't that define something about us as a people? That moment where someone is going to come and impose themselves on us. I said I'm posing a question. You can answer me separately. And by that, I also just want to further ask and say, why would someone come and impose who they are on us? It meant that at some stage, we also maybe we're not confident of who we are because civilization was there, but then how did it end up making us victims to an extent? Please answer me separately. And number two, I want to understand that there are economies that have been left to their own spaces, right? Maybe you'd say maybe the indoctrination, but I live in Africa. And I've been subject to a lot of corruption where in environments where there's nothing to do with the Europeans anymore, where Africans are left to their own devices and failing to also scale up. So I just want to just challenge us to a place where, to an extent, we are not entirely blaming other people, but also learning not to be victims and being responsible to building the Africa that we want to see. Otherwise, this becomes a talk and a talk and a talk, and we are victims of a lot of things in Africa. And sometimes that maybe you can say it's what we have been indoctrinated, but I also would like to believe that we have a part to play in active participation in changing even the administration of things where the Europe part doesn't have any say. Or yeah.
I say, and again, I'm speaking for the United States of America and Black Indigenous Americans who are descendants of Africans. We were enslaved. For Africans in America who were not natively born in Africa, meaning they are descendants of native born Africans, we were stripped of our complete identity. If you research what happened during the transatlantic slave trade, the slaves that reached the United States of America were, for lack of better terms, the most docile. Those were the people who, stop after stop after stop, the leaders on those ships were able to break them. So they beat any sense of worth and humanity that they had in them out of them. And then when they got them here to the United States, they took our names, our very identity, anything that we could use to trace back to where they took us from, or where some of them purchased us. I don't believe that our ancestors knew what the intent was whenever some of us were sold into slavery. I don't think that they knew that we were going to be dehumanized and used basically as animals. And so for the Black Americans here, it really takes the knowledge of learning of what was done to us and why many of us think the way that we think, why many of us feel so inferior. And until you can impart that knowledge, people continue to live under the stigma that our ancestors that were brought here were forced into. I spoke about this when I spoke earlier in the conference. It is very difficult for me to trace my lineage to Africa because when I go so far back in generations of my family here in America, I meet a brick wall because there was a period of time when my people were considered property. So you have to find your ancestral line in property list. And sometimes there's no last name there because they took that from us. They didn't want us to know where we came from and to be able to find our people. So when you've done that to generations, and then you built a system, an economic system and an educational system on us not being human beings, it is very hard for Black Americans to see themselves as the lineage that they came from.
I understand.
Can I bring it back to your question? And bringing back to just the question, I just want to tie what you're saying, but how do we make it actively, and especially with religion, culture, and language, make this a situation that does become debunked, but in what you said, our ownership in rewriting what we may know. Because, for example, there might be some of that story that should be rewritten. A lot of you were enslaved right on your own land. You didn't come anywhere. You were enslaved right on your own land. There's stories of, like, again, if you think of captivity, if you think of food, for example, it's usually the women. It's usually you get a lot of turkeys, a lot of chicken, and like one rooster, a lot of cows and one bull. There were women in captivity because of the way that they wanted to reproduce us. You know what I mean? Who fought for real. It's just in adding that with the panel, just to bring back to the rewriting and having ownership for that for us from now on, for the baby we're looking at, and how do we take what she asked and tie culture, language, and religion into that, and then become a rewrite, if that makes sense.
I wanted to say this because I actually was going to use Brittany as an example, Sister Kennedy, because the difference between who's to blame and who's responsible, and I think that's critical to your question. Your question was about who's to blame. Who's to blame for what we are talking about with the not knowing our history and the lie that has been told and the giving of religion, so forth and so on. That is a European and the Arab situation. That's real. Who's responsible? That's the next part of that. How do we begin to recover? Now, if we look at the infant that Brittany is holding, Sister Kennedy is holding, if we take that child from her, by the time that child is 15, 16 years old, there's no memory of who she is. There is no that's a part of the seasoning process that Sister Johnson was talking about, that splitting. So that's what we know. I want to be clear also is that not only were our ancestors that were brought here beaten, but the fact that they had to keep beating meant that they were not weak, right? So because they did not choose to die, they could have died right then on the spot. So we are the children of those who refused to die. So we have to be clear about that. Also, that's the strongest of the strong. On the continent, right? If we have two glasses, one glass filled with water, one glass empty, and we pour some fluid out of one into the other one, which glass was impacted? And the reality is that both of them were impacted. The process by which we can begin to break down a population is also based on their own system. That's what you're saying, Diana. You were saying, hey, let's examine how are we treating one another as Serer, as Wolof, as Mandinka, as Hausa, as Fulani, right? Let's examine Kikuyu. Let's examine all of those things, what happened there. However, there is no economy on the continent of Africa that is built on the exportation of Africa. I don't care how you look at look at the storyline about, well, they sold others. The reality is that there's no economy there, right? Built on that. So we have to understand that if that is the case, what did they do? So not only did they beat and kill, again, this is thousands of years of work of killing, of traumatizing the population. Not only do I take Brittany's the child away from her, but then my brother stays back and punches her every single day and beats her and punches her and beats her. Now you have the child in one space, Brittany trying to survive in that space, hoping one day that she can connect. She forgets, they forget, and now we exist where we exist. So we have to be clear about this process. We want to make it very simple, like, it's taken away. And then, no, there were years. And as a psychologist, we understand the breaking down of the psyche. And I give you this story and I'll be quiet, right? You take a dog away from its mother when it is born. It suckles at the breast of the sheep, assuming that it is a sheep. It will use all of its dog instincts to protect the sanctity of the sheep. And I told this again, but I want us to get this, so much so that it will attack and kill its own mother if it gets into the pen with it, because it believes that she is the enemy, because it believes itself to be a sheep. This is where we are. We believe that we are sheep and not understand that we are really the top of the food chain.
I agree.
Interesting.
Well, Doctor, I agreed with you 100%. And basically, sorry for interrupting, but I just want to add something to what Sister Johnson said. Basically, when you look at the coming of the Europeans in Africa, you made mention of, how can they come here and, they control us. So basically, when these people are coming here in Africa here, we tend to understand very well that when they arrive in Africa, the Portuguese, the German, the French, they were signing treaty of friendship and trade with the local rulers of Africa. And for that being the case, most of this treaty of trade and friendship, were in a form of conquest. Do you understand? So basically, most of these people, they see themselves in the journey from Africa down across the Atlantic Ocean to New World. That's why a classical example could be Gambia. A Mandinka state in Gambia called Bara, You know, bara is a Portuguese word meaning people living along the coast, but the indigenous people call that state as that village as Nyomi. Okay, so basically, when you look at the war that happened between the English people and the people of that village, Bara, in 1831, was simply for the fact that, you know, when the English people came, they signed a treaty of friendship and trade with the local ruler of Bara, who was Brungal Sonko, you know, without the king knowing that that signing of treaty was, you know, was to conquer the people of Bara, to control them. And at the end of the day, they promised to pay the king annually £20 annually. But at the end of the day, they reduced that £20 to £5. And eventually that led to the war. So basically, you tend to understand that when these people came, you know, they fooled the African rulers, because we know very well at that particular point in time, 400 years ago, you know, most of these rulers, you know, they are not educated. So therefore, they use that signing of treaty and they force them, you know, they use gunboat diplomacy, you know, to accept, you know, whatever they impose on them. And that is why a great slave, you know, when it comes to the history of Africa and that of, you know, even in even in American history, you learn about Kunta Kinte. Kunta Kinte was from the Gambia, and looking at that man, when they took him to America, they forced him, they beat him several times, you know, severely, to change his name. That is to say, they were forcing him to change his culture and identity as African. So this was the strategy that they were using. When you arrive in America, they force you, they beat you to change your name. So that simply means that they are creating a black American. They were creating a black British. They were trying to create a black French. Because when you look at the French policy of assimilation, it's all about making Africans to behave and think like a Frenchman in France, to eradicate our culture and identity as African. And at the end of the day, this guy Kunta Kinte from Gambia, you know, his left leg was cut off because he was beaten several times to change his name, and he refused. And at the end of the day, he have no option. So what doctor said, most of these people, they do it, you know, just to escape from death, you know. So therefore, in this regard, Kunta Kinte also accept to change his name from Kunta Kinte to Toby, you know, just to save his life. So basically, you know, these people were using, you know, force inhuman on African people. So that is why when it comes to that, they were able to take thousands of Africans, millions of Africans. That is why historians say that, you know, half of the population of Africa was taken away during slavery. And this is real fact, because when you look at Congo, which was 11 times bigger than Belgium, Congo was colonized by the Belgian people under the leadership of King Leopold II of Belgium. When you look at Congo as a country which is 11 times bigger than Belgium, the king of Belgium, King Leopold, killed nearly 15 million people in Congo during slavery period. So you tend to understand very well that these people, they use force on African people, gunboat diplomacy. African people by then were using arrows, bows, cutlass. You can't fight with someone who's having a weapon, who's having a gun. So therefore, at the end of the day, they subdue and they surrender. But now, you know, how do we make sure that, you know, we change this narrative? Now is the question. Because I can still tell you that even, you know, within our economy, even in our governmental system, we tend to understand very well that there are a lot of discrimination, corruption, bad governance. You know, still now, you know, this Eurocentric element is going on in our African leaders. So this is to tell us that Europeans are ruling African leaders directly, and African leaders are ruling us indirectly, you know, with the principles of European ideologies. So this is to tell us that, you know, we still need more and more effort to be done in order to ensure that, you know, we rebuild, we restructured African history and change the shifting of paradigm. So basically, that's what I want to add on Sister Adams' point of view on the side of slavery.
Thank you so much. We're just gonna have the closing remarks from each panelist. Then we can have Lillian having the speech. So each panelist can have their final remarks because of time, if that's okay with everybody. So, Sister Brittany, you can go ahead and just have your closing remarks.
Okay. Well, thank you. So one of the things that I'm not so sure if your question was really completely answered. I feel like I think the question was a beautiful question, and actually, when I think about this, I find that yes, we have been victims of this long-standing heinous act of white supremacy. At the same time, I do feel like we need to take accountability and be responsible for what we decide to do. The thing that I find interesting, I have a YouTube channel, and I talk about Black socioeconomic issues, and the trend that I saw in the people that responded who are Black is that it's like a scapegoat almost. And I understand that the reason that we are here in this disproportionate position is because of white people. Like, let's not negate that fact. But at what point do we decide? And it's a catch-22, because at what point do we decide that, okay, we're not gonna do that. We're going to take ownership of our own psyches, our own responses to life. Me, myself, I grew up as an orphan. I'm from South Africa. I did not have the influence of my parents, and yet I still managed to end up with a college education. I still managed to build my own business. I still managed to build generational wealth, or work on building generational wealth. And so at what point in time do you decide that there's a difference between being a victim and having a victim mentality. And Black people, unfortunately, a good portion of us have erred on the side of a victim mentality. And this mentality prevents us from really advancing. It's not to say that what is happening isn't happening, because it is, right? We see that. But at what point do we decide? I made a post once talking about 80% of Black children in America are growing up in single-parent homes. That is a fact. And the response that I got from people, it wasn't, look, I don't know how to have a relationship. It all just kept pinpointing back to, well, they ripped us from our family. Well, they did this, they did that. And it's like, yes, that is very well and true. But at what point do we decide that despite the disproportion that we are faced with, we know that exists, right? We cannot erase that. What do we do? How do we move forward where we take accountability for our own output into the universe and do differently? I know we're at disadvantage, but so I love that question, because I feel like it's one of the things that we really don't like to talk about too much. We talk about how we got here. We don't spend enough time talking about how we're going to get out.
Yes.
And that to me is problematic, personally.
And that's kind of why I asked to tie it back into the religion, the culture, and the language, because I think it all has to do with taking ownership now. Like, we get one language. We come back to our culture. We probably, whatever you believe, but there's a lot of the fact that we don't believe in ourselves, or that our entities don't look like us, or spirituality doesn't look like us. That's also something that is damning to us, in my perspective, because one of the things that we were always been, whether soldiers or just harmonious, we've always been spiritual. But if our spirituality is geared to the wrong sources, then maybe that's why we're not being heard. So that's exactly what and then learning about the fact, the 7 liberal arts that come from us, and then owning that, taking ownership, becoming no longer victims. We were victimized, but we're no longer victims. Okay. How do we take control of rewriting our culture, our education, our religion, and our language? And even if that's not something to end it out with, that's something to end out to not only our audience, but to our panel, like to really think and muster and see if those are our action plans. And if we were set on a base principles towards these narratives to change this thing for now on, how would that look like? You know what I mean?
And I think this is it's a very broader subject that can be debated on, and I completely agree with Brittany and your input, Diana. I think we can go on and exhaust this. And I guess also when we are analyzing this is different contexts. We are talking of an African context where sometimes you feel like people have an opportunity, but they are not stepping up to the occasion. Partly no, and then you also have extreme cases of like the American black slavery, which is at the extreme end, and I might never be able to fully comprehend and appreciate it, because I wasn't part of that. But I'm also subjected to another form of I feel like sometimes Black people can also fail to step up and rise to the occasion. I don't know. I'm sure Dr. Kevin can have a different opinion, and Ismaila. But it's a very interesting subject. I was just trying to provoke your thoughts on that. I guess we can have, if there's one more panelist would want to add something before Lillian comes and does the closing speech.
I'd like to say, I listened to what our young brother said, about how, because the situation is what it is. And we, the leaders of today, there's not much we can do about them. Those who are sold out are sold out, and there's not much we can do. And those who are not for sale, they will never be for sale. Look at our great leader, Magufuli, who's gone on. He was he wasn't for sale. And these are the types of leaders that we need. Now, that comes with being woke. So it's for us who are woke, for us to have greater understanding, like Dr. Kevin, Mr. Browder, and all those great people among us. It's for them to get the information out there, and it's for our youth to embrace that information, because the youth are our future. The youth are our hope. There's nothing we can do about the older generations. They're dying out. They've done, because of their circumstances, they've been incorporated into this Eurocentric system. They've survived it how they felt best they should survive it. And unfortunately, a lot of it has been bad for us. But we have to go forward with the truth now. And that's what this is all about. And this truth is what we have to give to our youth and ensure that they get it, so that when they grow up and they get into positions of leadership, they don't make the same mistakes that our previous leaders and our current leaders are making. And that's the only way forward. That is how to go forward. It's to get the education to our youth, wake them up, make them understand. And we have so much information at our fingertips now. We've got so many great people in our midst. That's the way to do it. That's the way forward. I don't see any other way, to be honest.
I agree.
Diane, I know you have to go. I'm so burning, right? I wanted to. I promise, right? It's really important that we recognize that yes, we have an opportunity to do things for ourselves, and that is no way that we should abnegate obligation and duty to do those things. You mentioned the idea of single parent housing in the U.S. There is no. I talk about it all the time. There's no such thing as that, because everybody has somebody helping them do something. So that's a whole nother concept. But what I wanted to highlight is just, I want to make it personal so that we can understand something. I've gone through an educational system in the United States of America. I've earned a doctoral degree. Even with that doctoral degree, there are certain jobs that I'm disallowed from getting. So I'm talking about providing for my family as a man, a Black man, doing certain things in a certain space. I've had people tell me on certain jobs that I didn't like it there. Right? We want to be clear about that. So as a result of that, they told me I didn't like it. I never said I didn't like it there. Right? And as a result, that made me have to then get a job that was across the country, and my family's on the other side of the country in order to sustain myself. That is a breach or a break. The issue is not about being a Black man or being a father. It's about a system that puts the pressure on the family. We have to be clear. So we use the language like, what are they doing now? And I'm not saying that I'm not making this. I want to be clear about how this works. In this country, you have to have a FICO score to get certain things done. Who determines what that score is? Who said that 500, 800 is whatever it is supposed to be, or whatever that they say? Who makes that decision? Who plays with the numbers? Who determines who pays what for interest rates? So I can buy a product, a house and or a car. I pay a higher interest rate than does a white male, and we have the same degree. And also we have the same position, but we don't have the same earning potential. My point is that there's always a system putting pressure on the populace. So there are two parts to it. One is to be able to understand, what is my responsibility? What is my obligation? What is my duty? And the second part of it is understand a system that's in operation. That same system I described is the same system that's kicking Africa in the butt. When you have France raping and taking funds out of the country, when you have England taking out and people paying high taxes, why do you have to get oil from the land in Africa, ship it out, and then bring it back in as petroleum? Why is that the case? Why are you taking rice from Senegal, taking it out, processing it, and bringing it back, and what's left are chopped rice? Because there's a process there that we're in the space, and yes, we have the resources. And we have to be responsible, but also understand that there's some external pressures and powers that are creating a problem. And the example is this. There in psychology, there were two dogs on a grid. They would shock the dogs and they would attack one another. They would shock and they would attack one another. They even when they were not being shocked, they would attack one another. They never analyzed the fact that it wasn't the other dog that was the problem. It was the issue that they were being shocked on the grid. And so we have to recognize that there are these shocks that are occurring all the time. And so, yes, we are accountable. We're responsible. Yes, I extend my love to you, Brittany, and Precious. Yes, there is love there. But also there's a system that makes it difficult for us to interact and love each other that we have to acknowledge as well. And so it's a both and process. It's internal and external. And so I want to be clear about that, because it becomes easy to say, do something differently. Why don't you do something? But the reality is that the other things that's kicking me in the butt every single day. So right now, my wife and I are negotiating how to buy a house. Well, all of a sudden I could get a house with a score, and all of a sudden 6 months later I can't, because you're going to hold me hostage for a $300 credit card issue that I had 7 years ago, and so my score has now been bumped down. How did it happen in just 9 months' time? What caused that? Right? These are things that are impacting our relationship with one another, and if we weren't clear about what was happening, we would be angry with one another, and then we would have a breach because we think that the other is the problem, when in reality it is a both and. So we have to be able to attack the issue and be able to deal with the issue as the issue, and also love ourselves in the process.
No, I love it. I love it. I think the system, once it's addressed, then we are going somewhere, we are headed something. That's really brilliant, Dr. Kevin. It's systems, even here in Africa, even in South Africa, it's systems that we really need to debunk. So I'm going to have Lillian have her speech. Please go ahead, Lillian.
Okay. Right. Yeah, that was amazing. I do a speech now. I just wanted to say that it's one system of oppression. So the same system that, is looting Africa of its resources, it's the same system, that allows, white supremacy is just the same system of oppression everywhere. And the West, in order for the West to be rich, Africa needs to be exploited. And I think I just wanted to add this to this. Right. So thank you again for this opportunity. What a month. The celebration of African history and culture started by celebrating the 125th anniversary of the Adwa victory, and we spoke about the importance it has had for African history and what that means for us. That true independence can be achieved, and it can only be done through a collective effort. We then celebrated our arts, culture, and heritage, and realized that culture is everything. It is essential to our being, and it is both memory and simultaneously creation of new expressions of ourselves. It needs to be reclaimed, protected, and preserved. We had two conferences that focused on finance, which were how African history is important to Africa, Africa's economic development, and the history of the African Continental Free Trade Area and what it holds for Africa. We learned that Africa can only be liberated when we have financial and political independence, when we own and control our own resources and create opportunities for our youth. We celebrated the indigenous Karifuna people of African descent and heard about their story of strength, perseverance, and resilience. We acknowledged our sisters, our mothers, by celebrating International Women's Day, Black Women Can, and also had a conference called Honoring the History Makers and Celebrating African Women Achievements Throughout History. We learned that African women have not been passive spectators in our history, but have always played a crucial and active role in our resistance and struggle. We also had a very important panel discussion where racism, slavery, colonialism, and its impact on Black mental health were highlighted. During our 6th conference, titled The African Holocaust, Ma'afa remembered the victims of transatlantic, the Indian Ocean, and the trans-Saharan slave trade. And today we're focusing on debunking Eurocentric lies and rewriting African history. The month was packed with amazing performances from poets, artists, and singers. We have followed great discussions and panels and a variety of inspirational speakers. I would like to acknowledge at this point our dear late sister Anne Nihira, a Pan-Africanist, a radio presenter, who had blessed us with a powerful speech shortly before her untimely death. Her activism, her dedication, and vision for our people will never be forgotten. Rest in power. My honor and gratitude goes to our Creator and the ones who came before us, who have paved the way for us, our ancestors. A huge thank you to our sponsors, to Nachiki TV YouTube channel, Council for Ethiopian Diaspora Action, and Asashi Real Estate. Thank you to all of our viewers and supporters for sharing, commenting, and celebrating with us. Thank you also for your kind words and feedback. We really appreciate them. My gratitude goes to our amazing hosts who have been patient and professional, even when technology was not on our side. So Sister Diana, Sister Deborah, Sister Precious, Sister Amicia, Sister Claire, and Sister Leah, thank you for your hard work in front of and behind the scenes. Our artists have blessed us with amazing performances. Even when faced with challenges, they stayed resilient. Thank you. As we've had a wealth of speakers, it will be impossible to name them all at this point. I would like to thank them anyway. So thank you to our speakers, whether you held informative speeches, made an amazing presentation, or were part of a lively discussion, or even did all of it. Thank you for making African History Month such a huge success. I have learned so much. I feel inspired by all the work you've been doing for our community and motivated to conduct even further research on my own. We have seen your work for our youth in archaeology, in finance, in various projects that challenges the injustices we face as a people, in health, in mental health, in science, in finance, in education, in media, just to name a few. Thank you for your hard work, for being bold enough to walk in your purpose and doing your part in the liberation of our people. A huge thank you to our personal assistant, Sister Diana, who has spent hours coordinating and planning and perfecting. I do not know what we would do without you. Last but not least, I would like to thank our president, Daniel Mumbuno, for not only creating African History Month, but also providing the platforms to facilitate it. I've seen firsthand how much work went into every single event throughout the month, but your hard work, vision, and dedication has paid off. I'm honored and humbled that I have been part of such a historic moment. We've heard speakers, presentations from all over the globe, from continental Africans, historic diasporans, and continental diasporans. We see how we are one people with various different cultures. Our Africanness, our connections transcends borders, oceans, continents. With this event, we've made a step towards reclaiming our history and becoming the narrators of our own story. With knowing and celebrating our history and culture, we understand ourselves. With reclaiming our history and culture, we are reclaiming our humanity. With reclaiming our history and culture, we get the confidence to envision who we can and who we have to be. As Dr. Browder said, we have a responsibility to pass this information on. And in Dr. Washington's words, there is no history without Africa. What a blessing it has been to be part of something so great and being among so many trailblazers, Pan-African thinkers and activists. We see what happens when we come together for a common purpose. We make history. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lillian. That was very profound. We honor you, we celebrate you and the work that you're doing. You are amazing. You are really an African. We are proud of you and cheering you on. And without wasting much time, I'm going to introduce the president of the African History Month and the founder, Mr. Daniel Mombonu. Over to you, sir.
Hi, greetings everyone. How are you, Precious and Diana and many other hosts that are behind the scenes?
Greetings to you.
It has been a great day, and I would like to thank the Vice President of Global Pan-Africanism Network for amazing speech that she has just delivered. And without wasting much time, I'm going to begin. Greetings, sons and daughters of the soil, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Greetings to all those watching this grand finale, 9th African History Month conference all over the world. The African History Month is undoubtedly the most revolutionary event in African history. Founded on 15th of February midnight and ending now on 1st April past midnight. I had no idea that it will be this great when I was compelled by our ancestors to establish this important event, which has reunited people of African descent all over the world to celebrate and acknowledge Africa's greatness and recognize the enormous contributions that Africa has made to the world's civilizations to this day. The African History Month is an annual event established to celebrate the achievements of people of African descent all over the world and acknowledge Africa's enormous contributions to the world's civilizations. Throughout the African History Month, we have continued to inspire, we have provoked thinking, educated, and provided a platform to have a serious dialogue on issues that affect people of African descent all over the world. Some of our conferences focused on the impacts of racism, slavery, colonialism, and its impacts in Black mental health. We also delved into conversations that made some uncomfortable because many don't want to face the truth about the role of Arabs and Europeans in slavery and subsequent and the development of Africa. We have celebrated and honored the women of African descent who have made significant achievements throughout history. The United States of Africa has demonstrated its commitment towards women and youth empowerment by creating spaces that will allow women, young people to network and reach their full potential. This is the time for Africans at home or diaspora to unify, embrace the African identity, and be proud of who we are as a people or nation. It is true that people of African descent are the most diverse group of humans in history. And contrary to the beliefs that Africa is a dark continent, the actual fact is that Jarawa tribe in Adamant, India, are the darkest people of African descent in the world. The natives of Buka and Bougainville are the northern Solomon Islands in Melanesia. and the Chopi people of Mozambique in the southeast coast of Africa have darker skins than most populations in Africa. Being an African, therefore, cannot be measured by the intensity of color, geographical boundaries, or religion, as being an African is a global identity, not restricted to geographical location or color intensity, as we have a variety of Africans, some darker than others, while some lighter, but this does not make them less African. All people of African descent, whether in Africa, Caribbean, Melanesia, Europe, Middle East, Asia, or in the United States, are Africans and belong to the motherland. Africans are not chameleons who change their identity based on surroundings. But Europeans change their identity based on surroundings. Africans can live in Asia for 10,000 years, but still remain Africans. But bring an African into Africa, and the next day he wants to be called an African because of constitutions inherited from our colonizers. Africa continues to lose its natural resources to foreigners who camouflage to take advantage of the weak laws in several African states to gain access to land and minerals as Africans languish in poverty. In order to eradicate the last vestiges of colonialism and stem out imperialism in Africa, we must redefine who is an African and change citizenship laws to reflect this reality that not everyone can become an African. The founding father of Ghana, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, reminded us that the best way of learning to be an independent sovereign state is to be an independent sovereign state. And to attain this, we must rely on Africa's natural resources to catapult us out of constant state of underdevelopment. Africa must unite and redefine for itself what development means. It does not make sense to rely on foreign aid, yet Africa is blessed with abundant natural resources that Western countries have been fighting over at all costs, even if it means turning Somalia against Kenya so that they can get the oil. It is clear that to the imperialists, all means are good if they help them get these riches that Africa possesses. As the African History Month comes to an end on this day, 1st of April, I'd like to extend my unfaltering gratitude to the team that played a huge role in helping us organize the African History Month conferences. My special thanks to our hosts, Diana Revelas, Deborah Benner, Debbie Marquis, Precious Nyarambi, Diana Marquis Solomon, who tripled as a host, graphic designer, and also as an events manager. She's also my personal assistant. I would like to also thank our volunteers, Ken Otuol and Jesse Maponga from BOC.com Limited. Ken is the brain behind the designing of our marvelous African History Month website, while Jesse tirelessly worked on the graphics for this crucial event in African history. My special thanks to all our guests, artists, speakers, panelists, who honored this ancestral call to be part of the first ever African History Month events. Thank you to the founding president of Namibia, His Excellency Dr. Sam Nujoma, Anthony Browder, our keynote speaker, Dr. the Most Honorable Anthony Gabby Carter, the cultural ambassador of Barbados, Dr. Kevin Washington, Monique Russell, Professor Elizabeth Leiber, Professor Mamo Mchi, Paolo Bina, and Dr. Julius Gave, the son of the Most Honorable Marcus Mosiah Gave. Thank you for being part of redefining the history of Africa. I know it's impossible to mention all the names of those who made the African History Month such a memorable event, and thus thank you everyone. Thank you to all our viewers on Tunacheki YouTube channel, African History Month channel, and those watching on United States of Africa Facebook page. Finally, my special thanks to sponsors, to Nacheki TV YouTube channel for sponsoring our stream and allowing us to stream the African History Month conference events to your platform with over 760,000 subscribers. That's extending our reach. Thank you to Asasi Real Estate for sponsoring the African History Month premium domain. And thank you to the Council of Ethiopian Diaspora Action for streaming our events to your platform. The United States of Africa will soon start a new program which will focus on different aspects of African history to keep the momentum that the African History Month has created. Since it has become so clear that it's impossible to exhaust all African history within the African History Month, the new program will be coming to you on a weekly basis, and we will notify you as soon as it is ready for launch. This marks the end of the first African History Month in 2021, and the next series of events will take place from March 1st to April 1st, 2022. Asante sana. Thank you and God bless Africa.
Today it's all about the one Kena Bill. I Kena Bill on the place, no man. This Zimbabwean Reggae Kings, no man. From Wadea. Kena Bill. Wagwan Rasta.
Yeah.
Astepina.
What is it? Okay. If I go, if I stay, is there any other way? I feel it in my soul, bow down and pray. Tomorrow be a brighter day. If I go, if I stay, is there any other way? I feel it in my soul, bow down and pray. Tomorrow be a brighter day. A girlfriend never wanted us to end this way, but the circumstances bring us here today. Cause I still got love for you, you got love for me. But the two of us, we just cannot be. See, why you say that?
Gosh, lad of mercy. What one brother? Long time you touch down. Are you there? Are you still there? It's still a mashup somewhere still. Straight. So massive and cruel.
Touch it up.
On my Facebook massive. Today we got Kena Bill up on the place. I hear on the mention 2063 crib. As so we do in time we touch down. Ask man like a Master Moyo. So this is a rush hour cases of Master Moyo TV.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? We still find the gate, so you know what I'm saying? We're running team. Now we go.
From the country.
If I stay, is there any other way? I feel it in my soul, bow down and pray. Tomorrow be a brighter day. If I go, if I stay, is there any other way? I feel it in my soul, bow down and pray. Tomorrow be a brighter day. So girlfriend never wanted us to end this way, but the circumstances bring us here today. Cause I still got love for you, you got love for me, but the two of us we just cannot be. See, we've been together for a long time now, ups and the downs, highs and the lows be, but no. But then the dirty thoughts, evil forces can't control it. Now it's tearing us apart. The worst thing is when we are together, we only be hurting each other, and then it's so hard.
Nation Squad Stereo.
So this is how we chill. This is how we chill.
When we band the gate.
Yeah, dear band the gate.
This is how we tune it when we band the ghetto. With anger man.
Tell him.
Yes, anger man. Yes, this is how we tune it. This is how we tune it.
Zimbabwe. With Kenneth
Squad.
Are you there, my brother? Dear Bandy Life Journey. You still there?
Zegdado.
Chichakadaro Chuchu. Chichakadaro Chuchu.
Pictures hanging on the wall, memories will never fade. Even though you're gone away, even though you're gone away. Thoughts of you here today, running streets, never gonna be the same again.
Expensive style.
If you could turn back the hands of time, you could be here, maybe used to be fine. Your love remains part of our lives. I can't explain the way I feel inside. I still remember how we used to deal with problems, solving them through the hard times, the happiness. Now tears from my eyes, they keep on falling, falling, falling. Hanging on the wall.
That's how we do now, man.
Pictures
every time we touch down there.
Yeah, they still hanging on the wall. Them hanging on the wall. Never gonna be the same again. Sometimes I break down, I cry. You never said goodbye. The dreams, the achievements, how I wish that you were in. I miss you. I miss you on a Monday.
Wow.
I miss you on a Tuesday.
Wow.
I miss you. I miss you on a Saturday. I miss you on a...
Remember say, recently we lost one of the iconic stars.
Yeah, man, respect Soldier Love.
We talk about Soldier Love,
Chiba Baba.
A sad loss, isn't it? But the picture still hanging on the wall. Upon the Facebook charts, upon the Facebook profile pictures,
Yo.
Yeah.
I've been here, I've been there, I've seen you everywhere. This is too brand new, you know. This is too brand new.
So Massive and crew, this cannot be upon the place. Upon the mention, 23 crib now. Because man like G-Blow Fire, the man full of instrumentals, full of surprises, no man. Because man like Master Mojo.
I've been here, I've been there, I've seen you everywhere. But my heart and my soul is still with you. Pandiri kuno, nditori bo, mira bamcha kuno. You know.
I think it's brand new. Blow me, DJ. Still live.
No one died. But you know say that picture about Soldier Love was Irene. Irene, man. I big up Chibaba.
You two receive a 21 gun salute.
Chibaba.
Chibaba. 45.
No, but I'm there, so.
Pictures hanging on the wall, memories will never fade. Even though you're gone away, even though you're gone away. Thoughts of you here today, running streets, never gonna be the same. Sometimes I break down, I cry. You never said goodbye. The dreams, the achievements, how I wish that you were here. I
I miss you on the Monday. I miss you on the Tuesday.
Hello. Hello. This is one anymore. This is one anymore. Element of surprise.
Alright.
An element of surprise. Agasso. Are you ready for the next thing? Remember, we got Kenabe upon the players. Upon the mention 2063 crib. A reggae session, a dance session. Here from the streets of Ziwara Sekwazin. We still there. From Wadea. Keep the fire. Give me the next thing. And this is how we chill. And this is how we chill.
That you not go expect. Something so right, something not so wrong. Something so new, something not so old.
Why?
This a one and then what?
Why?
Element of surprise. Element of good things, element of bad. Okay. Some of them want me down, second bell makes business and fun. But right now it's time to
me DJ can't let it go without a poo. Without a poo. Chicha kadaro chocho.
Nation Squad Stereo.
Something that you not go expect. Chicha kadaro. Picture perfect. Something that you not go expect. Something so right, something not so wrong. Something so new, something not so old. This a one of them. This a one of them what? Boy, element of surprise. Element of good things, element of bad. Alright, now for them want me down, them want me gone. Second bell mix business and fun. But right now me standing tall, me not giving tech business. Yo, this is not a chip tip, it's a real thing, you know, say, real thing.
Me understand. And no joke business. Yes, we chilling, but no joking.
Love no.
All the way from the country, all the way from Ziwara Sekwa, the street of Ziwara Sekwa, as the diesel town sheriff said, Dike Gwanza. Back to back, Chiblo fire, the man full of instrumentals. Kikido behind the camera. Come like Tishona Gangata. I cannot be one of the players, no man. And no joke thing, no man.